Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. on Tuesday, June 9th, and I would like to call this regular council meeting of Clearwater County to order. We have an agenda before us. Would one of the councillors care to move we adopt the agenda? Councillor Lougheed, all in favor? Motion carries. Item 3, adoption of minutes. The regular council meeting from May 26th. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? And are there any changes required to the minutes? Seeing none, can I have someone please move we adopt the minutes? Councillor Lang, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 4.1, 9 a.m. West Central Alberta Justice Committee, Brenda Klosse, Chair. So before we begin, we'll just go around and introduce all of council.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Good morning, Cami Laird, Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6 and Reeve, Clearwater County.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Councillor John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Good morning, Teresa for Division 5.
Good morning, Murray Hagan. I'm the Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO, Clearwater County.
Okay. Brenda, welcome. So you have the floor.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'll introduce the people that are with me. We have Constable Harold Smits on my right. He's our liaison officer for the West Central Alberta Justice Committee. And on my left is Sister Margie McDonnell, and she's the Vice President of West Central Alberta Justice Committee. So thank you for letting us come and just do an information session with you. I'll give a little bit of history. I guess I would ask, has anybody here heard of West Central Alberta Justice Committee? Yeah, so we have about half, so that's good. So what happened was in December of 2004, so we're talking 16 years ago, there was a meeting that was held at the community center in Rocky Mountain House, and at that point in time they were wondering how much interest there would be in starting a alternative measures or restorative justice nonprofit group in Rocky Mountain House and area. There was a lot of people that filled the Lousopit Center at that point in time. So that night it was decided that they should already start a steering committee to see if they could have a community justice group started in Rocky Mountain House. Way back in 2004, it was Staff Sergeant Jan Liscombe was the one that really spearheaded the meeting and to get it all going. So they started their first meeting in 2005, and they had a steering committee, and they decided to go ahead, and so they had support of both the county and of the town of Rocky Mountain House. So it was basically a liaison between the town of Rocky, Clearwater County, and the RCMP. So what happened was they sanctioned that, yeah, we would really like this in our area. So the steering committee went ahead and started forming all the bylaws, asked the Alberta government if West Central Justice Committee would work, community justice. That all went through. And in 2006, the Solicitor General sanctioned West Central Alberta Justice Committee as being able to take part in alternative measures. We're a little bit different in it that we are a nonprofit group, but we are sanctioned by the Solicitor General to be able to work with youth, and so whatever happens within our youth is law because we're sanctioned by the Solicitor General. And we've always had a liaison officer that works with us and just helps us with the legal side of things and questions that we have. And they've always been a good support, and Harold has been with us since 2011, so he's been our best one, hasn't he? That's right. Yeah, and the RCMP has been very supportive of us, so we are very thankful to them for their support in going along with having a different form of justice in that you actually bring people right to someone that they're going to be accountable for. We've been working at the town office basement meeting room since we started, so that's where our supplies were located. We had meetings about 4 times a year with our own community members. And besides us, there's another 4 members that are part of our Justice Committee. So, and part of that as well is when we get a file, then we would use the town hall basement room to meet with the youth and the support people if the victim wanted to come along as well, the person that was impacted. And last October, we received a notice from the town that we would no longer be able to use their basement room. So they decided they didn't want us there anymore. Our filing cabinets, everything had to disappear. They wanted basically nothing of ours in there. So I've been working with Cindy from the Mountain Rose, and I think that that's probably where we're gonna hold our meetings. They would like to work along with nonprofit groups, and she has a space there where we can put our supplies that we need. So because of COVID, it kind of went to a stall, but I'll get back in touch with her and we'll continue on that now that things are opening up a little bit more. So that's our history that we've had for the past in a very short little piece of information. The purpose of the West Central Alberta Justice Committee is to have a process where the accused and the person impacted can be part of restorative justice. There is community and parent-guardian involvement, which is beneficial for the community. Persons are held accountable for their behavior, while at the same time citizens can be directly involved in the process. So that's what the purpose of it is. At the present time, you'll notice that our name says West Central Alberta Justice Committee. So we did that purposely way back in 2005 because at that point in time in Alberta, they were actually doing quite a bit of restorative work as well with adults. So we never knew if our group would evolve. So we are dealing with youth at the moment, but it was always that thought, well, maybe sometime in the future we might have adults. So right now we just facilitate files for youth that are 12 and up to under 18. They have had to have their charge between the age of 12 and under 18. So sometimes we'll get an 18-year-old in there, but what their charge was happened when they were still 17. So that's who we're dealing with at the moment. We get the files from the probation's office in Rocky Mountain House. So usually what happens is if someone goes to court, the Crown Attorney would say, I recommend that this person go to alternative measures, and then it would come to the probation's office, and then she would contact us, and one of our members would take the file and facilitate with 2 other people having a meeting with the youth. They have 90 days to commit what they are asked to do. Our success rate is probably between 70 and 75% of the youth that we get that will complete their 3 things. It's been proven that youth that are involved in alternative measures or in restorative justice have a way lower rate of ever repeat offending than just going into the court system. And so they figure that it's probably about 80% that will not be involved with the law again. And in 2019, we started to receive direct referral files from the RCMP. And that means that it's not going through the court system at all. It's just coming directly to West Central Alberta Justice Committee. So you can ask Harold questions about that in a couple of minutes. If we go through back in 2013, we had 10 files, in 2014, 6 files, in 2015, 3. 2016 was 7 files, 2017 was 2 files, and 2018, 0 files, 2019, 6 files, and then so far this year we've had 1 file. So there appeared to be kind of all over the province in those couple years that there was really no files that were kind of being forwarded to the justice committees. And the conferences that we went to and talking with other community justice committee members, I don't think anybody really has an answer for why. Like if the Crown prosecutors decided not to do it, like we really have no answers about why it kind of went so low all over the province. We, as the Justice Committee, have a grant from the Solicitor General that comes once a year. That's our only financial support we get, but I think as members, we really believe in being able to reach out to the schools. And so we've been bringing in and supporting the peace program at Ecole Rocky Elementary. We had a really good speaker that's came in a couple times about what you see is what you get and proud to be pink, and she really worked at addressing self-image in the elementary school level. We've had anti-bullying presentations that have been at the different levels, so it's not always easy to get the speakers to come out to Rocky, but we keep looking at things because we'd like to be able to do things at Leslieville, Condor, be able to work with Sunchild O'Cheese as well. So Sister Margie's been the one that's kind of been responsible for bringing in the different speakers, is what she's been really good at. We've also attended committee members, having them go to different conferences, and some of them are youth gang violence, restorative justice symposium, sexual assault, a virtues project, self-injury seminar, forgiveness workshops, fetal alcohol, mental health. And we used to go to a provincial restorative justice conference as well that the government would put on once a year. There's over 60 community justice committees in all of Alberta. So the government used to fund a conference for 2 days, and 2 members of every committee could come free of charge to get training. And somehow when the NDP came into government, that didn't happen anymore, and the provincial, like the UPC, has decided as well there. So there's no more free training for any of the justice committees. So any training that we do now comes from our grant money. And there's still Alberta Restorative Justice Association is a nonprofit group in all of Alberta, so they sometimes will try to put on a once-a-year conference, and we try and get at least 1 member to go to it so that we keep up to date with what's going on. And I think that is all I wanted to say today. I just wanted to give you guys just a little bit of an overview of what's going on and give time for questions. And so we were talking in our meeting that probably 2006 to now is 14 years, so it's kind of been a lot of overlap happening and not really having much connection with the county. So that's why we're here today. So feel free to ask whatever questions you would like. We are more than happy to talk about it. And thank you for your attention and your time.
Thank you.
Just a question on the statistics. You mentioned six cases in 2016, was it? And then you went down to 0, and then you back up a bit. That was over what areas? So how many, this is the Rocky Mountain House chapter of this. So how many do you handle here? Were those statistics for Alberta or for here?
No, this is just our files.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when I talk those files, like 6 files for last year, for 2019, we basically get from Caroline and Rocky and the county. So that's what we're dealing with is, I guess, pretty much, hey, what the RCMP covers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes we'll get one from the group home, like because the group homes come into Rocky and sometimes they come into this area and they're transferred and so it's a charge from somewhere else, but because they're living in the group home, we will get those files as well.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I think probably for Constable Smith, this one, if the RCMP is able to directly send cases to the Justice Committee, what kind of criteria do you use to try and pick which cases to send there? There must be a level of severity of crime or something to...
Yeah, usually the like property crimes, right? The less serious property crimes, or sometimes even less serious assaults you guys have looked at. So yeah, we do have a direct referral form now that members can use. So if they don't want to charge a person, send them to court, but yet it's not so minor that they can just brush it off. We have that option too, where we could just say, okay, what's a $10 chocolate bar? We're not going to worry about it. We'll just write it off. But if it's more serious than that, it's like, okay, we want to do something for these youth, then they could do a direct referral form, fill it in, give it directly to me, and I'll forward it to the Youth Justice Committee. So, and I think that's a great option that we have now. And it's a solicitor general form that we use, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, I'm really grateful for the volunteers. And we know Rocky Mountain House, it's built up on volunteers in our community. So, and yeah, just wonderful that we do have that. So we want to encourage to keep the program going because it's a nice option for the youth in this community.
Councillor Lang.
So I guess my question is, when these youth that have offended and they actually meet their victims face to face, do they not understand before, and is it this impact that makes a difference in their lives? Maybe Brenda or Sister Margie?
Well, for the most part, at the meetings, the victims are invited to come, but they usually don't come. That's from my experience.
We had the one last case where the victim did show up, and it is pretty effective.
That's right. That was good. It's really good when the victim is there and the parents are there and they have the support of the parents. But often the parents aren't there, or there's nobody there. And so I can understand why things happen the way they do. But with the family support, it's much better.
So I guess a supplemental question. So would you maybe surmise that a lot of these youth offenders have maybe come from dysfunctional families, or where they maybe don't have the support from the parents at home? Is that what you often see?
We get a mixture, but I would have to say that there is a lot that come. Like, it's very sad to have a youth walk into a meeting without no support. And technically, if they're underneath 16 years old, they need to come with a guardian. Like, they can't come by themselves, but if they're 16 and up, they can come by themselves. But it's quite sad to see a youth walk in and they have nobody. Mm-hmm. And I think what is so good about this compared to being in court is that when they're in court, they stand before the judge for maybe 5 minutes, if that even. You get a little fine or you get whatever and you're out of there. But here, probably our typical meeting is about almost 2 hours long. Because we're asking them, okay, give us your version of what happened, and like, what was your thought pattern, and like, what were you thinking that night? What was going on? What kind of what do you have for your friends? How are you doing with your school? Because we have access to all their school records because we're under the Solicitor General, so we're able to get all their school information as well. And you're talking about their family life. Like, who are they living with? How's their relationship with their siblings? What kind of support do they have? What are their visions for the future? And what are you doing with your school? And so you get a whole bunch of different stuff that starts to work together. And then we have 3 things that we do, whether they're with probations, coming from probations, or from direct referral. We pretty much give them 3 things. And so it's not that, well, you're doing community service, you're doing an apology, you're doing this. Like, we look at every individual and, okay, what are the 3 things that are really actually going to impact this person? That the next time they're in that situation, they're actually going to think. And we had a little thing going around for a couple years ago that, well, when I turn 18, it doesn't matter, my file's just quitting, it's disappearing. Well, that's not true. It never disappears. And so we're always dealing with all those kind of things. And I think that's what's the most rewarding part of it is actually being able to spend time with the youth, and then whoever is the main facilitator will work with them for the 90 days and help go through what needs to be done. So that part, having them actually be responsible, because when they come to us, we're not trying to prove they're guilty. They're coming and they're saying, okay, I did this. I accept that I did this. And now they go forward. And we're trying more and more, even with the person that's impacted. It really seems that it's hard for people to want to come and actually sit and kind of be vulnerable that they were impacted. So we're trying different ways to be able to help them actually be able to come to more of the meetings, but we do get maybe a statement from them or whatever to help. And they all are able to have input in, you know, like, as the person impacted, what would you like to see out of this situation? Because really true justice should be restorative. Like, is there money that needs to be paid because of damages? And, you know, that's what you're all looking at. It's really about the person impacted and the person that did the charge.
Well, I have one final question. It's been a challenging year so far for many organizations in the community. What are the biggest challenges facing your organization at this time as we move forward?
Well, can I answer?
You go first.
Yeah, just a concrete example of that is the person I was working with 3 or 4 months ago, and they were supposed to be finished their whatever community service they had to do the end of June, and all of a sudden everything stopped. So I don't know we'll have to pick her up again, but I don't know, people move on too, you know, so I lost the chance to help her as far as I'm concerned, at least for now. So,
Yeah, I think that was one of the things, wasn't it? Community service, and with the COVID, then you couldn't go and do volunteering or anything because that was all shut down.
And you've been able to formalize with Mountain Rose to continue to move forward and provide your services?
I'll talk to Cindy. I phoned a week ago, and so I need to get back to her again about it, yeah.
Okay, well, if you could please inform administration when you've got that agreement finalized, so we know there's a good
Okay.
location for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. It was very informative. And on a personal note, thank you for the unappreciated volunteer hours that you and your entire committee put in. It's one of these groups that kind of sits in the background and nobody knows about, but it is such an essential service to direct these young people and get them going on the right path. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, because we're confidential, so you're not putting much stuff in the paper, you're not entering names, so like you say, we are in the background and quietly doing our stuff. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
thank you.
And we will be taking a 5-minute recess as we prepare for the next delegation. So we will be back online at 9:30. But we'll wait till 9:30. We got 1 minute. Oh, we are live? Well, we'll start. It is item 4.2, Friends of the Corridor Schools with Brenna Knopp, the chair. We will have introductions, so Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Councillor Division 1.
Good morning, welcome Brenda. I'm Cammie Laird, I'm Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3. And Reeve Hoven, since my wife sits on as vice chair of this group, I would ask council's permission to recuse myself from any further discussion on this item.
Permission given.
Thank you.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6, Reeve of Clearwater County.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning. Councillor John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Brenna. Rick Emmons, Clearwater County, CAO.
And you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, County Council members. My name is Brenna Knopp, and I'm Chair of Friends of the Corridor Schools. I want to begin by thanking Clearwater County on behalf of Friends of the Corridor Schools for generously matching our donation to date of $81,000 to enhance the new school builds in Leslieville and Condor. Because of the matching funds, we were able to contribute over $162,000 to the bricks and mortar portion of the build. With this donation, we were able to fund kitchen space in both schools, a larger CTS area, and additional space onto the gym at Leslieville to maintain the sizing as it stands currently at David Thompson. These items were all of high priority in the needs assessment survey that was completed in conjunction with Clearwater County and Friends of the Corridor Schools. We are here today to clarify our understanding of future donations as we look to go forward with fundraising. When finalizing our list of structural projects to fund for Wild Rose School Division, we focused on known funds and not any estimated funds moving forward. This is due to the fundraising constraints and unclear timeline for fundraising events we are facing with the current public health status and COVID-19. While our initial fundraising plans included space for a before and after school care program and a regulation-sized gymnasium, these were not included in our list of projects submitted to Wild Rose School Division. As stated in my letter provided, David Thompson Play School has indicated they are working towards offering before and after school care at their facility. The goals of the gymnasium size were changed to reflect funds that we had available to us. While our initial hope was to fund the regulation-sized gymnasium at the high school to meet the wishes from the needs assessment survey, we rescaled the gym size so that other requests could still be met. Had we allotted for the regulation court, no other projects would have received funding, and we felt other school programming would suffer. While we do expect to see additional funds donated moving forward, we need to make sure that we are not only able to cover the structural building costs, which we had to commit to in May, but also to furnish the additional square footage that had been added, including appliances for the commercial kitchen at the elementary school, bleachers for spectators, and a collapsible stage for the gymnasium. These items were not covered in the initial square footage pricing from Wild Rose School Division, and Wild Rose School Division does not have the budget to furnish this space. Our intent was also to help provide funds for additional shop equipment for the high school and improved playground and outdoor recreation facilities with green space for activities such as ball diamonds, track and field, soccer fields, and new playgrounds so that current school and extracurricular programs can continue in these communities, as these were also of high priority in the needs assessment survey. We were not confident that we would be able to meet these needs while also fundraising for the regulation-sized gymnasium. We could not make the commitment to move forward with a project of this size and dollar value when there is currently no known timeline as to when fundraising events may be able to continue. While we are wholeheartedly in support of the Wild Rose School Division enlarging the gym area to include a regulation-sized court, and we are glad you could help them out with their ask of $200,000, we cannot commit to raising funds for that part of the project. We would like it to be clear that this request was separate from Friends of the Corridor Schools matching donation request. Moving forward, Friends of the Corridor Schools would like to ensure that we have confirmation that future funds raised will continue to be matched by Clearwater County and that they are separate from the $200,000 request from Wild Rose School Division. While we wholeheartedly support the addition of the regulation-sized gymnasium and the benefits it will provide to the community as a whole, we are now under the impression we need to raise an additional $100,000 for this addition to the funds that we currently know we need to raise already. There seems to be some unclarity on this, as the motion by Councillor Laird from May 12, 2020 states that Council provides Wild Rose School Division with a letter of commitment for Clearwater County to provide funding up to a maximum of $200,000 for projected upgrades to increase functionality within the new Leslieville High School and Condor Elementary School. While the letter of funding commitment that was sent to Wild Rose School Division states that if by April 1st, 2022, there is a fundraising shortage for half the remaining amount, the county will cover the difference between total funds raised and total costs up to a maximum of $200,000, and mentions the community-raised funds and matching community donation. We understand that there was no cap on the initial matching funds as motioned by Councillor Laird in February 2019, so we are unclear about the maximum that has been established in the letter to Wild Rose School Division. It was possible in large part to get the donations that we have to date because of our ability to let donors know that whatever they were able to contribute would be matched by Clearwater County. We had children donating their birthday money to this because they understood that it would be doubled by the county. We would like to respectfully ensure that we will be able to use the same strategy as we go forward with fundraising efforts as our current health restrictions and situations allow. Being able to let donors know that we have dollar for dollar backing from the county will greatly increase our chances of raising more funds. We are here for your assurance that the intent of your first motion will continue, separate from the $200,000 request from Wild Rose School Division. Thank you for your time, and I will gladly answer any questions you have.
Any questions from council? Tracy, do you have the motion that we passed in May, and can you put that up on the screen? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
So I guess what I'm hearing from you, Brenda, is you're wanting to ensure the clarity in those, between the motion and the letter that was sent to Wild Rose School Division.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I can understand that. So just from what you've let us know. So, and yes, I agree with you. COVID is throwing a big monkey wrench into all this stuff in that. Is the Wild Rose School Division plan on breaking dirt for that? It should be the end of June, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. So is there a timeline on any extra funds that you're needing before that, or commitment of?
No, not as far as the structural portion of the school goes. That is all taken care of as of May. When we will need to provide the other funds will come kind of once we can furnish the schools, and we don't have clear dollar estimates on what that will be at this point. We're actually still waiting to hear back from Wild Rose School Division on what those numbers will be, and part of that comes because for the kitchens, for example, we need to wait for the blueprints of what the kitchen will be before they can tell anyone what appliances need to be put into those spaces and what sizes and are allotted for. And so that's where we have to work very closely with Wild Rose School Division, because ultimately they do all of the purchasing and get it into the schools, and we just would provide the funds for that.
Okay. So I just follow supplement question. In regards to the collapsible stage, that was going to be for the elementary or the high school? What were you?
Both schools.
For both schools?
Probably require one, since there won't be built-in stages in either gymnasium.
Okay. What would, if you had to choose one, what would be your priority? Which school?
Probably the high school because
school.
it's the larger gymnasium of the two.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you for providing us an update. It's great work that I see being done out in those communities. And I think what you're looking for is some clarity around CAP funding. So my question is actually for Rick and your staff is when we set the 2020 budget, what did we put aside for this project, for our CAP, for the funding?
As my memory goes, Councillor Laird, without confirmation, it was $1 million.
If that's the number, I hope that provides some clarity for you.
And so, as a follow-up to that, we had actually requested, we had heard the $1 million thrown out as a cap on that, but we don't have any confirmation of that in writing. So our initial hope was that when Wild Rose School Division asked for that additional $200,000, we were under the impression that there was a $1 million cap total for this project, and that $200,000, we were completely happy if it came out of that $1 million total. We just wanted it separate from the matching donations portion. But then in following up with this after the meeting on May 12th, when I brought up the $1 million cap, I was told, well, there was never actually a cap put on this.
Supplemental. I would suggest to you that based on budget, that is what we've kind of figured out that we needed to put in budget for it. And you're right, according to our motion, there was no cap put on it because we didn't want to limit that group. But we needed to put something in budget.
Yes, which we appreciate.
Other questions from council? Okay, well, we as council need to talk about this a little bit more. So could we have a motion to receive this as information? And we will address this at a future council meeting, and we will get the clarification that both Wild Rose School Division, Friends of the Corridor, and this county require before we move forward. Thank you very much for your time today. Can we have a motion to accept this as information? Councillor Vandermeer, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. And we will have a 4-minute recess. 9:46 a.m. We will be moving on to, actually, we have to go back to item 4.1. We need a motion to accept the West Central Alberta Justice Committee information as information. So would someone care to make the motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 5.1, the Leslieville Public Services Building.
Good morning, Council. So today we are discussing the results of the request for proposal with the, for the Leslieville Public Services Building. If we could go right to the recommendation, I'm going to start with that. So that Council authorizes administration to enter into contract negotiations with Ledcor Construction Limited for either a 3 or 5 bay building and without, with or without option items as following: the 4 Murphy beds, the millwork, the appliances in the association room. So to summarize, I guess with the assistance of Altus Group, administration and our consultant have reviewed the RFPs. Of course, that includes a 10,000 square foot apparatus space as well as a 6,000 square foot admin space. Sorry, I'm trying to follow along in the agenda up there. So to summarize there, we've provided the scoring matrix as well as how it was evaluated through the RFP process, the design scope, the interpretation of the design standards, presentation material, of course. We've provided the copy of the evaluation criteria, of course, company experience qualifications 5%, project team personal experience 5%, delivery is scope 30%, health safety 5%, quality management 5%, project schedule 15%, and of course the fee schedule at 35%. So we had 11 proposals, which was great considering the atmosphere and what we were actually advertising in with the COVID. You can see that Ledcor Construction has scored it as 92.75. They're also in partnership with a Comden Construction. I believe it's some type of partnership in that regard. Eagle Builders was a close second at 90.31, and Scott Builders was 89.2. Those were, it was really tight between those 3 builds. And they're very distinctly different, but truly it was, you know, there's significant price differences between the 3. I think Eagle Builders, of course, as everybody's familiar with, is what's in Condor. That'll be a much easier build because we're very familiar with the contractor, but Ledcor Construction is a very reputable company, very capable, and they hit all the high notes of the RFP, as well as their price point was most favorable. So with that, I'll just scroll down. I'll get to the, so some of the options that were considered, that were put out in the RFP was, of course, to go from a 5 bay to a 3 bay. In this spreadsheet, it outlines that the cost for a 5 bay building using Ledcor's numbers is approximately $3.3 million. If we were to delete 2 bays, that would be a credit of approximately $350,000. And if we were to delete the 4 Murphy beds, approximately $6,000. And if we deleted the millwork and the appliances in the association room, it would be another $8,500. So going down to the main estimate there, really, I guess with the option pricing provided, staff is requesting council's direction in regards to these items. Currently, the estimated project cost with all these items, including is included to be approximately $448,000 under the estimated amount of 5.12. So that's taking into account the cost savings that we've seen on the grading as well, which paternities will be starting on the 15th. So yeah, with that, happy to answer any questions and looking forward to direction in regards to what would you like to build.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Yes, thanks for the budget breakdown. I have a question in regards to the budget that was there. Why the increase on contingency from 2% to 5%?
That's basically when I set out the budget with the familiarity of an existing contractor. I was very comfortable with that number based on history. Knowing that this is a new contractor, somebody that we're not familiar with, I felt it was prudent to bump the contingency amount. We've had really good success in not using contingency, but it's, I think it's prudent to make sure that we're covered off with that in that regard.
Okay. Supplement. So also there was another increase under the budget under the utilities from water well, offsite sanitary. Do you know why the increase? There was about $18,000 increase on that. Just a little higher, Tracy. Right there.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So absolutely, when the budget was set out, their estimates, as we've started getting, of course, this is a multidisciplinary project. So we've had different subcontractors. For example, the off-site sanitary work is going to be done by a different contractor, a local contractor, as well as the utilities in regards to the natural gas line move, which was a little bit underestimated for what we thought it was going to cost to relocate, and until we had the Diamond Valley Gas Co-op to actually provide us real prices there. So, or again, some of these are still estimates again. You know, the ones that we've actually tendered out, which is the grading, we've tendered out the building. The rest of them are still projected, such as if we were going to do something with the TELUS or the fiber network, for example, if we were to get that from a different source, there might be some additional cost savings in that. But this is just a better reflection of what a revised estimate would look like for some of these other items.
One more.
Yes.
And this one, I guess, is for Christine. Have we to date received anything in regards from our other stakeholders in writing?
No, to this date, we don't have anything in writing. Staff did reach out to a potential industrial partner, but that would be a partner in the phase 2, which would be the fire training center, not necessarily the building itself. Okay. So we have heard from the potential industry partner that they are going to draft a memorandum of understanding on what a partnership could look like as a user of the fire training center component, but that's still to come.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Councillor Lang.
So Eric, I'm going to bring up a question that the Taxpayers Association sent us all a letter there a couple days ago. Okay, there's a price per square foot if we went with a 5-bay, and the price per square foot if we went with a 3-bay. And the difference that was worked out according to our agenda package was $351,750. Whereas if you take that 4,000 square feet, if you knocked off the 2 bays and you multiplied that by the price per foot, it would actually come to over 700,000. So why, I guess I'm just wondering, and the Taxpayers Association people are wondering why the difference here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak to that. So at the $2.9 million, that is all inclusive to the administration space as well as the apparatus space. So it's a combined price per square foot. So knowing that that the administration area is typically more per square foot than compared to the apparatus space, so it would be reasonable to assume that if you're eliminating 2 apparatus bays, when there's really that's the cheapest square footage in the building. So it's more, and it's right in line what we figured it would be, right? It's you can't, it's not fair to use the $181 a square foot to eliminate 2 apparatus bays, because that includes the admin space.
Supplemental. Do you have a breakdown of what the 6,000 square foot administration portion would be? Like the total cost just for the administration, excluding the base?
No, I don't. It's when we sent out the RFP, it was a combined package to, this is the admin space we need, this is the apparatus space we need, minus 3 bays, so that wasn't priced out separately. So I don't have that information,
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you, and I appreciate that staff took an opportunity yesterday to forward us the floor plan. It allowed us to have a look at it, and I've got a couple comments on the floor plan as well. Have we had an opportunity to consult with the firefighters from Leslieville and Condor? Obviously, we've already built one of the stations. There's always efficiencies that we find in those builds I don't care what we build and who builds it, there's always opportunity after the fact to say, this is what we could have changed to make it better, to ensure those. So have we consulted with those members from the Condor station and included that in some of the concept drawings that we've got in front of us? And have we talked with the Leslieville firefighters yet?
So in my regards, I've been dealing with the senior staff with fire, so with Christine and Steve and his team in that regard. That's to the depth of my consultation, I guess it hasn't been. It hasn't been individually with the volunteers themselves. I would trust that Christine and her team would be looking after that portion.
Thank you, Councillor Laird. In regards to consultation, they would have received the information, and the last opportunity would have been at the March 5th open house that councillors attended. I believe some of the fire members were also there from all of the different stations across the service. We haven't heard anything in terms of feedback for Leslieville specifically on the floor plan, but I can certainly make sure that that's addressed. I do believe that the floor plan is part of the RFP, is still something that has to go to design once the building size and scope is determined. Is that correct, Eric?
No, that's correct. So as per council's request, I sent out the layout, so that what was included in the RFP, which is identical to the Condor design, that was basically agreed upon, to saying this is a really good template that we're happy with. We sent that out with the RFP. Ledcor came back with a slightly modified design, so we asked for a 16,000 square foot building, and that's what they came back with a slight variation with some of the layout. Where off the top of my head, I can recall the entranceway from the vestibule into the two offices they have. There's a slight variation there. It's different. Is it any better or worse? I don't know. I think that can be vetted out through the firefighters and through the senior management there, as well as upstairs. The access points into the second floor is a slightly different variation, different configuration for the I guess the multi-purpose room to storage room and janitor closet. There again, it's the same space with a slightly different configuration. I think there's you can see some advantages to maybe Ledcor's design compared to Condor, and I think we're always looking to improve. So given more and more options, we'll be able to make that best decision. For example, I'm partial to the organization of the laundry area, a little bit off to its own space, the location of the handicap washroom off the access to the shop, as well as having that tunnel, which creates that separation between the apparatus and the admin side, even a little bit further. I think that's actually a value add design.
Supplemental. I guess this just speaks to the importance of having those conversations with the end users. So I've got actually a comment and a question. So my first comment would be, has any consideration been looking at that second floor where we've got a standalone training room? Could that not be combined with the association room, that the firefighters, rather than having two separate rooms? And then considering putting in one full kitchen only upstairs and a coffee bar arrangement downstairs, with the millwork, the sink, a dishwasher, and a mini fridge or something, just to scale all of that back. And that's just something to consider, and having those discussions with the firefighters, the end user. That's my comment. The question is, how are other departments potentially going to be using this space? If it is going to be truly a public services building, I assume there will be other uses, and I think it's important we all understand what they are.
So I'll speak to the first part, into some of the design changes that you referred to there. So because we'd sent out with the RFP basically a template, which included the association room, the meeting room upstairs, as well as the multi-purpose room, to make changes, I guess to the extent that you're referring to, might be a significant, it really changes the scope of what we asked for, because not only did we provide the drawing, we actually provided minimum square footage for each of those spaces. So we were really looking at Condor as being our template. This is generally what we're looking for. Provide us your best interpretation of that. So My answer, I guess, would be yes, if we were looking to try to reorganize that space to that extent, but there would be, that may actually increase the cost, or it may have an effect to the cost, because that's a large variation to what they've provided for their scope. But I'll have Christine maybe speak to the other part.
In terms of the design and the one kitchen versus two kitchens, I think that leaving that component out without reducing the square footage would probably be an option. I noticed in the summary that they have the delete millwork and appliances as $8,500 savings, if that was an option. So correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, we could certainly request that not be included. But in terms of the square footage, I'll refer back to Eric's comments. And as we go forward with the design, once we've selected the scope of the building, certainly that's something we could see bringing out and having in Leslieville, Condor, or sending out to all firefighter members for comment if they had any suggestions, and then be able to bring that to help incorporate that into the process.
Yes, and thank you for hearing me out on just some of my thoughts. And my intent on my thoughts is not to increase costs, it's to help manage and hopefully reduce costs with floor plan efficiencies. As far as deleting Murphy beds and eliminating millwork, I think that we're just kicking the can down the road, to be honest. We'll be doing it at its cheapest price point at this point, I would suggest. I also don't like the idea of the optics of, quite frankly, picking winners and losers. Saying, I think the message we'd be sending as council is that we value the Condor firefighters enough to make sure that they don't have to put their energy and their extra dollars and efforts into millwork and appliances, whilst we have an expectation that the Leslieville group would. So I think we need to be careful with those optics. I'm still not clear on how other departments are potentially going to be using the space, and I look forward to hearing a little bit more about that. I anticipate that there would be some use of the meeting rooms by other departments, and as well as potentially the use of the space in the shop. So the bays, for me, that would help me with understanding the 3-bay, 5-bay question.
So really, and I think we've said this before, from a Public Works Ag Services perspective, there isn't currently a need for the two bays. Looking at the configuration of the site, as well as the cost to build now versus adding 2 bays on later. It seems every month we always get another request for another add-on, or being in the facility operations business myself, it's really hard to keep up with the expansive growth of this organization and the needs of each department. So even though that need maybe not be there today, in 5 years, in 2 years, it becomes very, very obvious that given the opportunity to build something larger is definitely a value add, I guess, in my point. Today, I do not have the use from a Public Works perspective. I guarantee it will be used to some degree as soon as it's built. But I think to include that as a growth, I think is prudent planning there. We have the real estate, we have the lot size to support it. The building site is basically be constructed through the grading plan is going to be constructed ready for those 2 bays. We've already seen a significant, I guess, from our budgeted amount, there's already a significant cost savings there, even with the additional bays. So I would still recommend, I guess, that we would go with a 5-bay design, that we're future-proofing this build. And in regards to the meeting rooms, the first meeting I'm going to have in Condor, for example, would be with the LEDCOR group to see, this is what we're looking at, what seems to be working for us, and that would be our idea if council so wishes, that we would enter into contract negotiations with them. But yeah, I could see these buildings being more and more utilized, even in the remote areas. And then with the potential training expansion in Leslieville, it's even going to become more utilized, I believe.
Murray, did you have a response to that?
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to add to that from an administrative perspective that we have made use of the meeting space in the Condor facility in the past. We've held leadership team meetings there. And as well, we envision an opportunity where, for instance, we're meeting representatives from Red Deer, either consultants or other municipalities, that sort of thing. That would be a convenient halfway point for us to meet them and save on some of their travel time as well and costs. So we do look to those facilities and see them as another opportunity for additional useful space available to administration as well.
Rick, did you have an additional comment? Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, thank you. I think my question has to deal with the 3 versus 5 bay option. I recognize that there's a substantial saving with deleting the 2 bays. That's $351,750. I recall from our discussions when we were deciding at the Condor facility whether we would go with 3 or 5 bays, and there was a breakdown of the cost of doing it now as opposed to 10 years down the line. Do you have any kind of breakdown if we went with a 3 bay structure now, what the potential cost could be 5 or 10 years down the line for addition of that additional 2 bays to meet the need of that time?
It'd be safe to say it'd be at least double. I don't have an exact number right now, but it's absolutely safe to say that to remobilize after the building's already been in place and to remove that end wall and then to bring in a new contractor for 4,000 square feet, that price would easily be $700,000.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
I'm just trying to recall from a previous meeting as well here. Now, the existing public works land and building that we have right now, I'm hearing that we won't, what I'm remembering is that we aren't going to be easily, it won't be easy to sell that land because of contamination. So we basically own that land. And we have a building for public works and ag right there, right now, that we are kind of stuck with. So because of that, I don't see where we'll ever have a need to add on. If we have a 3 bay, I just fail to see why we would need 2 extra bays. So I guess I just need clarification that that is our land and that we're going to probably have it forever. And I have a question as well. How long are the engines and the pumpers? Like, I'm just wondering, for these bays, if, you know, maybe we even need 2 bays. If a bay is 80 feet long, do we need 3? So how long is the pumper and the engine is my question.
I'll speak to the first part, then I'll get maybe Christine to speak to the length of the engines. Of course, they vary. I guess in regards to the existing Public Works Ag Services site, yes, that will likely be our land for a very long time. That heated storage building there, of course, it doesn't have any water or septic system in there. It's just a heated storage building, and it's 100% utilized today, guaranteed. And I guess there would be no other room for expansion out in that area. We wouldn't want to invest into expanding that. That area could be possibly utilized for something else, I guess, if there was a future development plan on that side. The building itself could be removed if we had an opportunity on the other site. This is just throwing out options, I guess, consideration. But we have no intentions of not utilizing that building for sure.
Yes.
My understanding is you said that building could not be added on or built on. Is that what you said? I'm just wondering, I took a drive out there and I just thought it looked like there's lots of room there myself.
There is, I guess, for additional heated storage without any amenities of sanitary or water, it could be added onto for that. It's just cost prohibitive to run a sanitary service out to that one location, as well as the additional cost for a water well, for example. When we have the space, I guess, with the new property, I would say that would be a better place to facilitate any additional growth.
Laird, your light is on. Did you have an additional question?
In a moment.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Lang.
Sorry, Christine was going to answer the second part of my question.
There you go. Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Lang. Tenders are approximately 34 feet, and the engines would be approximately 37 feet.
Councillor Laird.
I guess this is where I have the benefit of having worked on the other side of the table. And I can tell you unequivocally, every time that we've had a space, it has not taken us very long as staff to fill that space, to the point where there may have even in the past been maybe some arm wrestling to make sure that we got the space between the departments divided up fairly. And I say that in the most loving way. There is no doubt in my mind that we will not be able to build any more reasonably than we will today. There's no doubt in my mind that our staff will use whatever space we give them to its greatest efficiency. I recognize the fiscal challenges our council, our community, our country, the world is having right now. But I also recognize that we have services to deliver and the importance of them. And if we can help make those services more efficient while considering the impacts of our imprint on our stewardship for the land, on how far we're traveling to do various things, there are no services at the other Leslieville site that we currently have. So that means those staff will be moving between that building and the public services building. As far as utilization, I do not know what will go in there on those other two future bays. I do have every confidence they will be filled by fall. The minute they're built, there will be use. Even if it's to go in there temporarily to clean a unit because there's a wash bay available, there will be much shared use. Perhaps there's some middle ground on the bays. We speak of 3 and we speak of 5, and I have no doubt, and in my mind, I would go for 5 because I see the value of the dollars today. What's wrong with considering 4? Maybe that's the middle ground. That gives them that additional bay for future growth. And then when I think that, I go for another $150,000, there's the other bay. And we're done this for 50 to 70 years. And others would say not to worry about it because I won't be alive long enough to enjoy it or hear it. But I think it's important that we do. So having not heard all of the discussion points yet, I'm quite confident that the 5 bays would be used. I look forward to hearing the other perspectives at this table today.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, so a couple things. So with Christine, thank you for providing me the length of the tender and the engine. So together they add up to 71 feet. So 180-foot bay would house both of them. So I'm thinking I myself, here we are talking about 3 and 5, and I'm thinking 2 bays is all we need. That's where I'm at. 2 bays, 80 feet is 160 feet. But I want to bring up a motion that came out at a strategic planning motion back in January. And the motion was that that the request for proposal pending finalization should depend on the concept design, which we don't totally have yet. Stakeholder engagement, yes, we've done that. And the third was a receipt of a report on the estimated training revenue of the proposed facility. And we don't have that. So 2 to the 3 we don't have. So I really think this needs to be put off for another strategic planning session so we can get these 2 out of the 3 figured out. It's really hard to move forward without all the information at this point. So with that, I'll make a motion that we table this till a strategic planning session, and we can get the answers for the motion that was put forward for council to consider at the strategic planning session from January 20th, 2020, so we can get the answers.
So we have a motion. Any comments on that motion? I will comment on that motion. We, like you said, Councillor Lang, we do have the concept design. I believe there has been some stakeholder engagement. There has been discussion with the firefighters. In regards to the training facility, I do not know if the training facility has much bearing on this building. That is, the training facilities to the south of the building. I don't think that affects or it doesn't have much effect on the decision we have today, whether it's a 3 or 5 bay building. So I will be voting against that motion to table this. Are there other comments from council on the motion? Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I will be voting in favor of this motion. Councillor Laird pointed out earlier that every time we have space, we fill it. I know that's true. But every time we build space, it costs us to heat it and maintain it for 30 or 50 or 70 years. This is not insignificant to overbuild. This is not insignificant. And therefore, I think we need to understand the utilization. It was pointed out in some information forwarded to us that for permanent staff, and in this case we have 11 volunteers that work currently out of this site. For permanent staff, it might take in the order of 1,500 square feet. And this proposal includes 6,000 square feet to handle very temporary staff that are only there a few hours a week. So I think it is worthy of discussion, and also bringing forth from administration the utilization and the training, not only that's contemplated, but that we can receive commitments around. Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my comment would be it's very easy for us to keep kicking these decisions down the road. I think the decision relating to the training facility was what was more in question, because we don't have all the data for that. We have quite a bit of background information on the fire station. We have some practical experience with the use of a fire station, very similar to what we're proposing here. So I certainly won't be in favor of kicking this decision down the road. I think we can make a decision on what's before us today. And I would also relate to that question as to the amount of staff space. The staff space, as I know, that is available at the current Leslieville station is very close to that 1,500 square feet. And that's been found to be inadequate, so I'm not sure how standards have changed. I know part of it is having the safety of our firefighters as a priority and keeping that gear out of the workspace as much as possible, getting that off-gassing of toxic chemicals that they're exposed to minimized, and I know that that requires more space than a typical commercial or administrative type building. It's a special case in that these firefighters are exposed to much more toxic chemicals on a regular basis, and we have to have the space to keep them there, as well as their training spaces. It's not sitting at a desk, it's actual on the floor space. And of course, COVID has brought us forward knowing that we need additional space to keep our people safe in that kind of situation. I don't think COVID's going to be over for anytime soon. So that's, I'll leave it at that.
Comments on the motion to table? Councillor Laird.
I'm not sure that I can add a whole lot to what Councillor Lougheed has said, and I can appreciate that, you know, we would love to have more information than we currently have with regard to training partner and utilization from that perspective. That is yet to come. It's my understanding it's going to be coming in the near future. I don't believe it will change the footprint of the administrative side. Councillor Lougheed very eloquently indicated the toxins that are in those stations and how we're trying to meet the new OH&S standards to achieve a better work environment. Because the gift that these folks give us in the community of their time, their effort, their commitment, their dedication cannot be met with the history of carcinogens and cancer and life-limiting diseases. We need to do it better. So if that means that we have to commit to spaces that are safer, that's what we need to do, because it's the right thing to do. So I'm sorry, I don't believe I can kick it down the road either.
So seeing no further discussion on the motion, I will ask the question. All in favor of tabling this current item pending a strategic planning meeting? All in favor? Opposed? Motion is defeated 2-5. So we really have two questions in front of us right now. The 3 or 5 bay, or the possibility of going to a 4, and then pending that decision, deleting some of the accessories in the building, for Murphy beds, the millworks, and appliances. So I'm going to ask that we've all had a chance to speak on the 3 to 5 bay. Is there any further discussion on that? And seeing if there's no further discussion, we need a motion on the 3 to 5 bay decision. Councillor Duncan.
The administrative space is by far the most expensive to build. And I guess I don't see the point of not going with 5 bays at this point. I understand the operational costs, and we don't even understand those, how much difference it is to heat versus 3 versus 5 bays. It's basically an open structure. You know, it's probably a better, the function of this building is far better than anything we own presently in terms of the insulation, heating, or the cost of heating per square foot. I'm sure the efficiency of the building is much better. I've struggled with it a lot, and but, you know, I think we'll take a bunch of heat for this. No, not heat, but we'll take some criticism for overbuilding. I believe we are, with 5 bays and this much administration space, we are probably overbuilding more than we need. But we've come a long ways on this project, and I think we're at a point with the savings that are there to build at the present time that it would be better to go with the 5 bays. Administrative space, yes, 6,000 feet. My only question would be to not develop the second floor possibly, but I'm not sure I understand if that would be really to do that later down the road, if that's a cost savings or not at this time. Or if what was required for the function of the building as a firefighting building is the second floor required. There's, I guess that would be a question perhaps for staff at this point. Am I understanding it properly that we do need that second floor in order to actually function for a firefighting unit to work out of that building?
So, I guess I'll speak to, of course, the main floor includes the 2 offices, the meeting space, main washrooms for the main floor. The second floor is the association room, so that's the room that's dedicated to the volunteers for the decompression and their debriefing, as well as a additional shower locker room there for, I guess, to provide that opportunity to have a shower after a call, as well as the saunas, which has been proven to assist in their recovery. So that's on the second floor, as well as the multi-purpose room, which is, I guess, promoting the health and wellness of our volunteers. So those are the major amenities, and with that included is also another meeting room. So if council decided we would really need to redesign the entire space in order to come, if we have a new set of criteria that we're trying to meet through, back to utilization plan or in something in that regard, is very much outside where we are here today.
So we have Councillor Duncan saying he would support a 5-bay, Councillor Laird saying a 5-bay. Councillor Lougheed?
I guess I've certainly, like Councillor Duncan, I've soul searched this up and down, and definitely I see value in going with the 5-bay. It's a small additional cost to what we're doing. However, I'm very encouraged by seeing a substantial savings in what the budget, what I see here as a budget. I mean, it's $500,000. That's not a small amount to see as a saving, and I think that's staff should be commended for the interaction they've had to create that kind of saving. And I think with what has been happening within our community over the last number of months, I think, keeping in mind that there would be an additional $351,000 cost saving by going with a 3-bay structure, I think I'd be okay with that at this, as long as we have that opportunity to add those additional spaces as are needed in the future. So I would be okay with a 3-bay structure. With the idea of keeping costs to a minimum at this time and utilizing the cost savings in the budget.
Council, I've done much thinking and soul searching on this, and I think the cost savings of $351,000 to go with the 3-bay are very important. We're in a very uncertain time, and we do not know where our tax base will be in the future, and I think it's just prudent to only go with a 3-bay building at this time and save those additional cash dollars. Deputy Reeve Swanson?
In looking at the floor plans that you sent out yesterday, yes, and Councillor Laird and Councillor Duncan have referred to the administration side. If we could have done a little bit of rejigging, I think we could have maybe found a little bit of more optimal use, in my opinion, but I'm not a volunteer firefighter, so I can't comment. What I'm worried about, or I guess what's for myself, is the fact that we haven't had we've been talking about an industrial stakeholder partnership for training, and they haven't come up to the plate yet, and that's what worries me. And so therefore, because of making the decision today and on the building itself, I can't go forward with a 5-bay. I have to go forward with a 3-bay because of that fact. If we had had a memo of understanding sitting in front of us today, I might have been changed my mind and gone with a 5-bay. But as it stands now, I can't make my decision on that. So I would go 3.
Councillor Vandermeer.
Well, I have trouble, as you know, with the entire concept. So in terms of the admin space, I think it's considerably overdone. And in terms of the number of bays, it's overdone. So yeah, that's why I had voted for a relook at this. So I have no further comments.
Councillor Lang.
If it was a 3-bay with a much simpler administration area, I'd be voting in favor. But the administration area is way overdone.
So I would like to see this broken down into 2 motions. The first motion is between the 3 to 5 bay. And then the second motion will be, if necessary, any changes to the administration area, such as excluding the Murphy beds or the millwork or appliances, or perhaps even not developing the second level. But we need to break this down so we can move forward. So would someone care to make a motion between the 3 and the 5 bay? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I'll make a motion that council authorize administration to enter into contract negotiations with Lidcore Construction for a 3-bay building.
Further discussion on that motion? I will ask the question, all in favor of the 3-bay motion? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1. So the administration side of the building, we have some numbers on the budget for deletion of the 4 Murphy beds, deletion of the millwork and appliances. There is also the idea to not develop the second floor. We do not have the numbers for the cost savings on not developing the second floor. We also know that doing any changes to that administration that varies from the RFP will incur additional costs because there will be architectural issues and other costs. So how does council wish to direct administration? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Should council decide to re-examine this, what is the projected construction setback with the contractor? Do you suspect?
Well,
Because this would, you'd have to
So if council were to wish to not move forward with this RFP and want to revisit a design, we would just inform all proponents that this competition has now been canceled, I guess, in light of a revisit. And I would suggest that depending on the extent of the design changes, we'd either go out to RFP again and put it back open to open market, or invite at least the, if it was just a small variation, then maybe it's just an invitation. really depends on the extent of the changes that, and as for timeline, we'd really see a real huge cost incurrence for winter construction. Right now, we're already pushing well into the end of December. Best case scenario, that means if our earthworks click off exactly how it's supposed to, they get started right away. I'd probably also actually recommend not until a spring start of 2021, just because you'd incur so much additional costs through a winter construction project. It would offset what you're trying to accomplish with your cost savings.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess just a question for my clarification, with us deciding to go with a 3-bay building and the revision to the contingency, would it be safe to say we're about $800,000 now under our projected budget on this build?
That's correct.
That's a very substantial saving over predicted budget. That's to be commended, I think, by this council and the administration to come up with a major project like this and find almost $1 million saving.
I'd like to maybe just add to that, because it's an invitation through a request for proposal process, if certain proponents didn't show up to put in their proposals, we wouldn't be having the conversation at $400,000 savings today. We're very fortunate with the grading, that we had our local contractor stepped up and provided us a great price. If you looked at the bottom three, you'd only have to go to the second bidder there, and I might have been coming back and asking for more money. Very similar to this project here. There was actually only two that actually met within the current estimate, and the rest were well above what my projected estimate was. So it's good information to have to help council, and that's why we really need that competitive nature and a good process to invite proponents to come in and participate.
Councillor Lang.
I just did some quick rough math, but if it was based on the square footage and the price per foot, we could save an additional $700,000, over $700,000 if we just went to the one floor rather than two. It is rough math, but it's ballpark.
Sure.
So that'd be a nice little savings.
Councillor Duncan.
When I was asking questions about a second floor, my thought would be I would still have the second story there, just nothing on the second story. It's not to me, that makes no sense to not have that second story there for eventual development. I think today is the day we need to make a decision and move forward on this. I don't want to kick this can down the road any farther. I know we're hesitating here and we're trying to find some additional savings. I thank you for pointing out some of what the actual cost savings could be. What is on the second floor? I guess at this point I'm fine with going ahead with the plan, just because we've got an estimate for what it's going to cost at this point, and that I think we'd probably be pushed to another construction season before we sorted it out if we pushed off any farther today.
So are you making a motion, Councillor Duncan?
Sure, I would make the motion as proceed with the 3-bay building.
That's already been decided, so just...
Oh, sorry, with the, you want to call it the administration part of the building?
Is that where you
as
continue
proposed.
with the plan for the current administration side of the building? Is that clear enough, Tracy? You can...
Yeah, if we want to make that all as a combined, if you want to make the decision on the optional items as well as the current design.
I think that's what...
Yeah, I'm not clear on what millworks is.
So the millwork is the kitchen cabinetry in the association room area. So in Condor, it has basically sink, fridge, stove, microwave. Basically, it's set up as a full kitchen in that association room. So what would be, if we deleted those items, it would be roughed in for the plumbing for future build, but They've provided an $8,500 credit to not include the appliances in that room as well as the millwork, which is the cabinetry.
All right, I would let the motion stand with including the, as designed to this point.
Okay. So the motion is that we could go with the current design. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Laird?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Duncan. The way I see it, it's just a matter of kicking the can down the road if we continue to leave that space, I'll say, not constructed and incomplete. And what are we then doing is, I'd say in the future then, adding additional dollars to our budget. We have, in the discussions this morning between what staff has been able to save, the 448,000 plus the 350 by going to a 3-bay construction, we're $800,500 we've already shaved off this. I don't want to see us add more by having an incomplete area that's simply going to show up in a future budget. Again, I don't believe we'll be able to do this project cheaper later down the road. Now's when to commit to it and get it done. So I will be voting in favor of Councillor Duncan's motion.
Deputy Reeve Swanson?
During our discussion just before there, Councillor already brought up a discussion point about the kitchens. And I guess for me, that really tweaked. And I don't necessarily want to put this in motion, but it has to be with the firefighters. And honestly, to have one full kitchen there versus two, I would gratefully ask that the firefighters were, and administration relook at that and have more like Councillor already talked about, is a full service coffee station downstairs and just leave the full kitchen upstairs for the association room. That's where it's going to be used. And just to find a little bit of efficiencies on that end of things as far as millwork, because to me, it's just, that would be a lot more simpler on there. So that's my opinion, but I mean, again, it's in that sense, it's what, with that. So I just wanted to just throw that out there, that I agree with going forward with the plan as it is, but as far as finding efficiencies, I'm okay with the Murphy beds. But as far as millwork, maybe we just need to, having two full kitchens is not as efficient that we should be looking at. So.
Councillor Duncan?
I would be okay with amending the motion just to have one full kitchen.
Would there be any substantial cost added by reducing the one kitchen? Looking at the Condor station, effectively, we'd need a sink, we still need a fridge, we'd be reducing the stove from the basement, from the ground floor.
Yeah, it's not confirmed what the cost savings would be. I guess just trying to figure out what the final configuration, what you had, are we gonna leave that up to the firefighters to see one full kitchen, one coffee station, and then whichever be in the main meeting room or whether it be in the association room? I guess I'd look to Christine maybe which would be more appropriate for utilization, if it's the full kitchen down versus up. Sorry, utilization I don't have a great grasp on, other than that's what the request was.
Thanks, Tracy. In terms of the two kitchens, when Condor was built, that was intentional. I believe that firefighters and the use of that as a public services building, it kind of separates the usage. So for instance, if firefighters are out on a call and they come back and they're doing their debrief or what have you, and the meeting rooms are booked for a training session for another department within the county, for instance, there could be dual, like conflicting use. It wouldn't always be available to the firefighters if we were to go down to one kitchen. That being said, that's something that staff can definitely look to addressing through consultation with the firefighters, as well as the other departments within the county as well. Because, for instance, I know Condor, even in the short time it was available during construction season, we had public works staff utilizing the washroom facilities, as well as the microwave, that sort of thing, to go have their lunch break. Because in the eastern portion of the community, there aren't restaurants available, and gas stations with washrooms are few and far between. So there's certainly utilization other than just firefighter members, and I would expect the same thing with the Leslieville building. But certainly it's something we could build out as a consultation program when we do the design.
Okay.
Councillor Laird?
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess building on what I previously said is all I think that I'm looking for, at least when I look at this, is those efficiencies. And I recognize that staff always are looking for that. I guess we're just, as a council, and I as a councillor representing the folks that are busy paying for all of this, want to make sure that the best efficiencies are considered. And I recognize that there are other uses beyond the firefighters as well. I just see them as the primary user of the space. And if there's efficiencies to be had, I'm confident that staff will find it and incorporate it and look for those savings.
So the motion on the floor, Tracy, is? Okay, well, that's why we're clarifying. So Councillor Duncan had moved that we go forward with the plan as designed. And then we had a discussion point from Deputy Reeve Swanson, perhaps just go to a coffee station on the main level. And I'm unsure if Councillor Duncan accepted that as a friendly amendment.
I guess what I'm hearing from staff is that they're, with a little bit of flexibility here, they could probably figure this out as the design and building is being constructed. And I don't know, they could speak further to that if they wish, but if we could leave that open for them to look for efficiencies in the kitchen and on 1 versus 2 floors, I would just leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Duncan. Really, I guess what we have today is, of course, a full kitchen on the main floor, which would be probably more utilized by multi-disciplines, multi-departments, right? Whereas the association room, for example, is just reserved for the volunteers as their space to have their debriefs, etc. So it may be suggested that instead of having the full kitchen downstairs, which would be maybe better utilized by a larger event, larger scale event, and maybe the coffee station upstairs. But if we could have that flexibility of taking that back to the members to find out which space better suits them, so it won't be an $8,500 savings there if we still put in a coffee bar. We need to still have the plumbing there, so it'd be something smaller. Of course, it's not going to be 85, but it's still a significant savings by any stretch.
So the motion, Tracy?
That council proceeds with the current building design and directs administration to find cost efficiencies in the floor plan or kitchen before.
The floor plan, I think, gives enough room for administration to make some decisions. Councillor Lang.
I have a question that's been thrown out to me from individuals in the community. What's the purpose of the Murphy beds? Well, I know what the purpose is, but why do we need them? Have we ever needed beds in the past?
Thank you, Councillor Lang. In terms of Murphy beds, it's similar to what we have in Condor, or we also have living accommodations in the Nordic Public Services Building. They do have multiple use. It could be used during an emergency event where staff required somewhere to stay overnight if they're working long hours. In terms of firefighters, the Murphy beds would be there if they were on a long call, 12, 16-hour fire, and they return to the hall to decontaminate. They'd have the opportunity to rest before returning home.
So seeing no further comments, I would ask the question on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 5-2. It's 10:51. We will have a 15-minute break, and we will meet again at 11:05. Thank you. It's 11:06 a.m. We are currently at item 5.2, but we will be adjusting the agenda. We'll be doing item 6.1, which is a delegation, the draft 2019 financial statements and auditors report, the Metrix Group LLP. Do we need introductions? Let's go around quickly and do introductions.
Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Cami Laird, Division 2.
Daryl Lougheed, Division 3.
Tim Hoven, Division 6, and Reeve of Clearwater County.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
John Van Beer, Division 4.
Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Murray Hagan, Director, Corporate Services.
Rick Emmons, CAO.
And you have the floor.
From the Metrix Group. So. Rhonda?
Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services, Clearwater County. So we're going to go through the financial statements first with council, and then Phil will go through the audit process and any items to do with the audit after we've presented financial statements. So good morning, council. So normally you would have seen these financial statements the end of April. Typically, the provincial government has a May 1st deadline to have financial statements submitted, but because of the COVID situation, they've extended most deadlines to October 1st, and we're well ahead of that, but staff just took a little bit more time in light of the duties surrounding the COVID circumstances, and just to take a little bit more time to prepare the statements. It was nice to have that time for sure. So the attached draft financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2019. Clearwater County, while combating the decline of the Alberta economy, still finds itself in a healthy financial position at the end of 2019. The net financial assets for Clearwater County have increased just over $9 million, and net tangible capital assets have decreased just over $3 million. So what that means is that amortization was more than the purchase of tangible capital assets in 2019 by $3 million. Clearwater County still has a strong plan for replacement of assets, and with the financial assets increasing, this helps with the pressures of aging infrastructure that will need to be replaced in the coming years. Overall, the county's net financial position increased $7,679,922. And we will go through what has affected those numbers as we go through the statements. So we're going to move to page 7 of the document, which is the consolidated statement of financial position. We'll just hit some of the highlights on this statement for you. Cash and cash equivalents increased from $62 million to $69,775,000. Accounts receivable increased from 4.8 million to 6.1 million. So part of that was, of course, the increase in the taxes receivable. And although you don't see as quite of a jump as you might expect, we did have a higher than normal allowance booked in the expense side, so that offsets that net amount of the accounts receivable showing on the statement of financial position. Land held for resale has both lots in that have been developed within the hamlet of Nordegg and lots that were developed within the village of Caroline. 2.6 million of that is the lots in Caroline. You'll see a decrease in that because as we sell the lots, we cost out the expense out the amount that each lot costs. And of course, the lot costs aren't huge because the biggest cost in that development was the road system that was a contributed asset when the development was finished. Investments have increased slightly. So moving on to liabilities, the accounts payable decreased significantly, and there's a couple reasons for that. One is our routine accounts payable, depending on when that falls and what payments are made before December 31st, that number fluctuates from year to year. That was slightly lower in 2019 than 18, but more is the adjustments that are made after our routine AP runs have ended. And one of the reasons is that the town had a couple of years of getting caught up with their financial statements in 2018, and 2019 they're right on track. So shows that we're getting those accounts, those invoices from them more timely. Deferred revenue, which is mostly grant revenue, has increased due to MSI increasing in 2019. The inventories for consumption down below in the non-financial assets increased quite significantly, mostly in the gravel categories. Also this year, for whatever reason, we were slightly higher in all areas of inventory, so that includes culverts, salt and sand, grader blades, those types of things. So just contributed to that overall increase in our inventories for consumptions. And above that, you'll see where the net financial or net tangible capital assets have decreased by a net amount of just under $3 million. Any questions on the statement of financial position? Okay, on to the next page, which is this consolidated statement of operations. This is your revenue and expenses for 2019. Most of this you've seen at quarterly reports to council, so I just want to kind of again hit the highlights. Net municipal taxes, right on where we expected they would be in 2019, slightly lower than 2018. User fees and sales of goods, this is where the lot sales for Nordeg are, and they are quite strong again in 2019. Hoping that trend continues. In other revenue, there's a bit of a jump over budget in 2019. So this is the deployment revenue for regional fire that we don't actually budget for. And some of the WUI revenue for fire, the budget for the revenue didn't get increased the same as the expenses did down below. Penalties on taxes, of course, are quite a bit significantly higher than budget and more than double than 2018. Just an indication of how many taxes were outstanding at December 15th above what was outstanding December 15th the previous year. Now down in the expenses, there's just a couple of things I wanted to point out. One of them, the administration expenses above budget is just where the allowance for doubtful taxes have been booked. So that that line was at $1.3 million adjustment for 2019. And the other one is the Parks and Rec expenses down significantly compared to budget. Just a couple of projects the town had on the go that didn't move forward in 2019. One is namely the Splash Park. Then down to other revenue, government transfers for capital. Below budget, again, these are the capital grants that would get recognized as revenue as the projects move forward. So not as much happening. Again, this is, you can see this in the decrease in the net tangible capital assets line, that there wasn't as much tangible capital assets constructed or purchased in 2019, and again shows here in the revenue for the government transfers for capital. Everything else is kind of right on par. Any questions on the consolidated statement of operations?
Councillor Duncan.
Just one on the, sorry, the penalties on taxes up
Yes.
substantially, but is that actually collected or is that just what's owed us?
No,
or-
that's what's owed us.
That's what's
yeah.
owed
What's
us.
we've put on the tax accounts.
Okay. And the income from the firefighters or the WE team, where does that fall under the expenses side?
Yeah, so that's under the fire ambulance and protective services. We had increased the budget there for the expenses. I just hadn't increased the revenue for the grant amount.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
The Family and Community Supportive Services, I noticed there was a jump from 18 to 19. That was because the government, or, sorry, from the budget, there was a decrease, sorry, of almost 50,000. Was that due to Rocky Mountain House catching up on their book workers? Is that why the decrease?
No, this line houses all of our community services expenses, so all of our transfers to other organizations, not just FCSS.
Okay.
So it's just a slight variation in what we paid out over compared to budget in 2019.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Phil, and he's going to walk through the audit process for 2019.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council, administration. Glad to be here this morning to say a few words about the 2019 audit, maybe a few words about the financial statements, answer any questions that you might have. So if I could just get to the next slide there. Again, my name is Phil Dirks, and I'm the partner that's responsible for the county's audit. Just start off by saying that the audit went very well. As Rhonda mentioned, the deadline was extended for filing this year, and there were some challenges due to COVID. So we fortunately had been out, I think, in January for some interim work, but all of the year-end work took place over the airwaves, so to speak. So, I think from our standpoint, it went very well. So again, thanks to Rhonda and Murray and all the staff for their help. It definitely probably is a little more difficult for the auditee than the auditor when we're working across the internet and so on. Other than that, like Rhonda mentioned, the county remains in good shape. Definitely with the financial assets of over $100 million there. No worries as far as that goes. So just a word about our auditor's opinion, if I could get to the next slide. I won't read the whole auditor's report to you, but earlier in the year we had provided council with the audit plan, how we plan to approach the audit, and we provided some information about some of the intricacies of auditing, which I probably won't bore you with today unless you want me to. But to summarize, in our opinion paragraph, we're stating that the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards that local governments in Canada use. Other than that, the auditor's report goes on for 2 pages, talks about a lot of information. I think the only other thing I'd like to maybe just remind you is probably the most important part of the, other than the opinion, is in the second page. It indicates that the objectives of an auditor are to obtain reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are not materially misstated. So that's a lot of information in one sentence. What does that mean? Reasonable assurance is approaching absolute assurance, but it would never be absolute assurance. Can't guarantee that. People could commit fraud or lie to us or withhold information. We don't think that's, obviously, I'm not saying that's what could happen or did happen. That's what could happen. That's why even if an audit is properly planned and performed, every once in a while in the news you hear of some problems. So probably a bigger deal with public companies and those kind of entities than with the kind of clients that we're dealing with. But again, just keep that in mind. But overall, again, audit went very well, and that's all I'll say about the auditor's report. So if I could just go to the next slide, I'll just talk about.
Can you just go back to that
yeah, sure.
last slide? I just had a question. Under under management responsibilities, you have going concern.
Yeah.
I'm just confused with that, what's meant by that statement.
Oh, going concern, there's a presumption that entities are going to continue into the future to be able to meet the liabilities with their resources. So if that's not the case, you know, for whatever reason, an entity's experiencing financial difficulty, there may be disclosures in the auditor's report and or in the notes of the financial statements to alert readers. It doesn't happen very often. Since I've been doing this, I think we've had maybe 2 of our clients that have had that problem, but that's why it would be a red flag that, you know, oh, there's some financial problems here that could lead to the entity not continuing, but that's definitely not a problem here.
Okay, thank you.
So, just a couple of things as far as key areas go in the financial statements. Again, probably was to some degree laid out in the audit plan. Receivables are always a key area. Definitely this year, what we're seeing with a lot of our rural municipal clients is the challenges with collectability of some of the taxes from various oil companies. So we had definitely had some discussions around that. And we feel that, as mentioned by Rhonda, that the allowance that the county has provided this year is reasonable in the circumstances. You know, only time will tell what happens, but at this point in time, with the information that we were presented with, that was a reasonable situation. Other than that, most of the county's receivables are not too risky. You know, a lot of them are from various sources of government and so on. But what we try to concentrate on there is looking at payments received after the year end wherever possible. And if we don't see payments, then we want to see some very good evidence that payment is forthcoming. As far as inventory goes, again, Rhonda talked about land held for resale and gravel. So the issue from our standpoint with land is always valuation. As Rhonda mentioned, there was pretty strong sales last year for the lots, so that was good to see. I just looked back, and as far as I could tell, in the last 5 years, 2019 was by far and away the strongest year for revenue from that. So that's going to make me sleep better at night. Gravel, again, some subjectivity regarding measurement there. The county does get its gravel piles GPS'd, so that's definitely something that makes us happy. And you know, that's really the only issues with those 2 areas. Payables, not necessarily a very risky area, but are really concerned about cutoff, making sure that there's an accurate cutoff and that all the transactions that belonged in the 2019 fiscal year got in there. So we didn't have any issues in that area. As far as the consolidation of the Rocky Mountain Regional Waste Authority, it's not necessarily a risky, but it's a little bit different. If you remember, last year was the first year the county started consolidating that, so there is disclosures in Note 8 and Note 20. So our firm does an audit of that organization. I'm not involved in that audit, but just to summarize, that liability is very subjective. There's a liability for about $3.5 million, and that's based on estimates of future costs and, you know, timelines, inflation, discount rates, and those kind of things, and how much airspace is being used. So that's why it's on this slide. It's a little bit more subjective. One of the other areas we consider to be quite important is deferred revenue and the related government transfers. So when you have grant funding that's restricted for certain projects, we need to make sure that that's being recognized appropriately when those costs are being recorded or incurred. The offsetting revenue is being matched up. So that's really summarizes that area. As Rhonda mentioned, the county does have about $18 million of MSI money. So that would be, is there a project for that going forward now? I think that would be important from an optics standpoint to spend that money. And other than that, tangible capital assets, again, the real issue there from our standpoint is every now and then we run into some conversations with some clients about, is this a capital asset or is it not? You know, a grader, pretty obvious, it is, it would be. There's other things that are maybe a little more borderline, depending on what you're doing, some road work here and there. And I'm not speaking specifically to the county, just some of the things that we come across, and that's really what we're looking for in the capital asset area. And of course, the overall, with respect to expenditures, the processes over authorizing expenditures and those kind of things, and as well as payroll. So taxes, again, probably not necessarily inherently too risky. It's pretty simple from the standpoint that we can take the bylaw, do the math, multiply it by the assessment. We should be very close to what you're collecting or recording as revenue, but the bigger issue being collectability of some of those receivables. So those are, from our standpoint, more significant areas where we spend our time. If we could just click down one more time there. So again, like Rhonda mentioned, county is still in good financial condition, low debt, healthy reserves, moderate spending. So that's all good news. I think just before I go to the auditors or the audit findings report, there was a couple of notes here I would maybe just point out in the financial statements this year that were somewhat, actually maybe just note 24 refers to a subsequent event. So it just discusses COVID. So this is a pretty standard note that's been going into most of our clients' financial statements. It just indicates, well, first of all, backing up, if there's events that happen after the end of the year that could have a financial impact on the entity, or in this case the county, then we need to consider whether there should be an accounting for that or just a disclosure. So this disclosure just gives an overall, you know, hey, there's this issue. There may be financial ramifications from this, but it was too early to estimate the potential impact. But I could see where, you know, potentially with some receivables, especially where people are being given deferrals now, it'll be interesting to see what happens going down the road. I know that municipalities still have the option to put utilities on tax bills and seize properties, but that may become a little more challenging going forward. We'll have to see. So that's what that note is about. Other than that, I think there wasn't really anything else that was of consequence as far as new notes go. So maybe I'll just stop there and before I go to the audit findings report and see if there's any questions.
Any questions from council?
I could talk all day about auditing. It's not that I love it, but I mean, if I've stopped too short and you want to hear more, I'd be glad to expand on any of that. I do realize that it is somewhat of a dry subject, so I try to limit it to what's important. But anyways, if you think about something later and you want to talk about it, by all means, look me up. So just to talk about the audit findings report, just summarize some of the information in there. So again, this is just a follow-up on the audit as required by Canadian auditing standards. So we didn't identify any significant control deficiencies. A significant control deficiency could exist where if the control wasn't operating effectively or wasn't in existence, you could end up with a material misstatement. So again, we didn't find any along those lines. Significant accounting policies and estimates, we just laid out there some of the more significant estimates that are made in the county's financial statements, which are very, similar to estimates made in other clients' financial statements. Allowance for doubtful accounts, the landfill closure, post-closure, amortization, and gravel inventory being the most significant ones. So again, it's just something to be aware of. Uncorrected misstatements, sometimes when we say that, there's a gasp. How can there be uncorrected misstatements in an audited financial statements? It's very typical to have some misstatements in a set of financial statements. If we went back to the auditor's report, it says the financial statements are not materially misstated. So materiality is there so that we can move on with life and not have to wait till December to make sure that we've got everything precisely right. Secondly, we don't want to be going back every year and changing last year for minor amounts. So the number that's disclosed there, in our opinion, was immaterial. Most of it arises from the timing of the well drilling, receivables and revenue along those lines. So What we do with well drilling is get reports from the province, and the county has to close off its books at a certain point, and invariably there's going to be a few things that straggle through later, so that's why materiality is there for that purpose. So again, we're just required to disclose those to council. So again, I wouldn't say there's anything to worry about there. Significant difficulties during the audit. We didn't have any significant difficulties. As I mentioned, COVID definitely provided a few new challenges, but I think everything went very well. So overall, again, I think that was a good news story. County's in good shape. Audit went well. I know when I come here every year, it's kind of the same report. And I think that's good news for you. Definitely, you can be assured that if there were problems, they would be in the letter. I definitely have some clients where that's the case. So I guess I just want to make sure that you realize that this is a good thing. So that's all I have to say, unless somebody has some questions for me.
Any further questions from council? Mr. Hagan?
I just wanted to personally thank Phil and his staff, not only for working with us cooperatively through the audit and particularly through the challenges that the pandemic presented to us, and still getting this done on a timely basis despite the fact that we have an extension into the fall. We didn't want to delay the process. We wanted to, as Phil says, move on with life. Just wanted to mention a couple of things as well. Phil touched on the additional note disclosure. Part of that was also surrounding the allowance for doubtful taxes receivable, as Rhonda touched on. We wanted to add some additional note disclosure because this is a changing circumstance for Clearwater County to be experiencing this level of increase and uncertainty around collectability and so forth. So we wanted to make it clear to the reader why the administrative expenses are significantly higher this year, because they include those amounts. So those are very explicitly stated in the notes to provide that information. Phil, you mentioned the MSI and having a plan for that money, and just wanted to remind council and assure them that through the budget process for 2020, administration laid out a plan for the use of those funds, particularly recognizing that there are some time parameters around them, and using up the older funding first so that we don't risk any potential of losing that funding and having to use other sources of county funding to fund our projects. So that is well in our plans. Just also wanted to quickly touch on reserves. The county is in a very healthy position when it comes to reserves, but did want to identify that these are not just surplus monies that landed in the county's lap. These are funds that have been planned for through every budget season, planning for the future. We talked earlier today in terms of building for the future, in terms of our capital projects. This is also the planning that goes with it, not only for our capital projects, but also for the service delivery in the future years. There is uncertainty coming in the future, not only with COVID. We're not going to know the total cost to the county of the pandemic for some time yet. But that is an uncertainty that is currently in front of us as well. The provincial government is currently reviewing the assessment rules and regulations, particularly with respect to industrial properties and so forth. There's a great deal of uncertainty there going into the future. So I wanted to assure council and the citizens of Clearwater County that the reserves that are there are at council's discretion to reallocate and approve use of as they deem fit. And it's really the county's plan for the future. Getting back to that going concern, we intend for the county to be a going concern indefinitely, and that is part of the financial plan going forward, is the prudent use and planning for those reserves and applying them to capital projects and programs into the future. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from council, we need a motion. that we approve the 2019 audited financial statements as presented. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I'll make a motion that council approves Clearwater County's 2019 audited financial statements as presented. Thank you.
Any discussion on that motion? I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will go back. We've completed item 6.1. We will go back to item 5.2, speed limit on Range Road 7-3A, the River Road. You have the floor.
All right. Good morning, Reeve Hoven, Deputy Reeve Swanson. Council, again, I'll introduce myself, Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations, and to my left is Kate Regland, Project Technologist. Administration, through the appeal of Councillor Lang, has been asked to consider reducing the posted speed on Range Road 7-3A, or River Road. Up until late last night, an official request by the owners of Riverview Campground had not been sent to either Mr. Emmons or myself, asking for a speed reduction. However, as just indicated, we received an official request via email whereby Riverview Campground would like to request a speed limit sign on Range Road 7-3A or North Saskatchewan River Road along both sides of their property that advises motorized travelers to travel at a slower speed. To assist Council in the matter of raising and lowering speed limits, in particular the lowering of speed limits, both Kate and I have put together information and data for Council's consideration. First, we have provided 3 different maps, which hopefully will give Council a better perspective as to the current condition of the road, namely, Map 1, signage on Range Road 7-3A. 2, locations of dust suppressions. And 3, the latest 2018 traffic counts. Now, I'd like to make note that those 2018 counts, along with the previous years, are a snapshot in time. The road in and of itself is 4.1 kilometers in total length, of which approximately 2.25 kilometers has SB90 oil-based dust suppression. Although it is generally understood that gravel roads are set at a maximum speed limit of 80 kilometers per hour, to account for the increased traffic associated with events occurring on the rodeo grounds, an 80 kilometer per hour sign is posted coming off of Highway 11A. Second, again, when considering the setting of speed limits, administration typically sets speed limits as per the direction of the Alberta Traffic Safety Act. Keeping in mind, speed limits are set primarily to balance road traffic safety concerns with the effect on travel time and mobility. And typically, posted speed limits are changed for the following reasons: as a result of a request from the public, political leaders, or enforcement officials, to ensure that speed limits were appropriate for roadway and traffic conditions, as a result of a high incident of traffic crashes, to comply with local laws or ordinances, and in response to changing traffic volume and land use patterns. Third, administration would like to bring to the attention of Council a U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration study. And for those of you who would like some casual reading, I have it here before me. It's 177 pages. Have at her if you'd like to read it. It's enthralling. That study brought the following and was determined that there's statistically sufficient evidence to reject the hypothesis that driver speeds do not change when posted speed limits are either raised or lowered. Although the changes in vehicle speeds were small, driver violations of the speed limits increased when posted speed limits were lowered. Conversely, violations decreased when speed limits were raised. This does not reflect a change in driver behavior, but a change in how compliance is measured, i.e. from the posted speed limit. The majority of motorists did not drive 5 to 10 miles per hour or 8 to 16 kilometers per hour above the posted speed limit when speed limits were raised, nor did they reduce their speed by 5 to 10 miles per hour, 8 to 16 kilometers per hour when speed limits were lowered. Changing posted speed limits alone without additional enforcement, educational programs, or other engineering measures has only a minor effect on driver behavior. There is not sufficient evidence to reject the hypothesis that crash experience changed when posted speed limits were either lowered or raised. Also, even though we all like to walk and bicycle on our roads, all of our Clearwater County roads are built to provincial highway standards to specifically accommodate both industrial and residential vehicular traffic. Finally, according to our highway management bylaw, which is attached, in particular Part 11, Authority of Municipal Officials, Authority of the CAO, Section 40, the CAO has the authority to prescribe a maximum speed in excess of or less than 80 kilometers per hour and to keep or cause to be kept a record of such speed limits imposed. Having said that, if council so chooses, administration can bring back an amended highway management bylaw to reflect the authority of council, along with the CAO, to implement speed changes when needed. Also, we as administrators, if we did not bring to council's attention that if we do lower the speed limit, this may be seen as a cash grab. Are we setting a precedent? Also, there's the matter of enforcement and the ability to enforce the given speed limit. Having given the aforementioned information, administration has brought forward the recommendation that council receives this agenda item as information. However, we leave it to council should you move forward with a motion which reflects the current request as put forward by Riverview Campground.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Duncan.
If I understand it properly, because I know we went through this in my first term, I think, on council, where the ability for the CEO to set the speed limit is there. That's what we have now, you said? Is that, or do any speed changes have to come through, don't come through council anymore, right?
They do not come through council. It is at the authority of the CEO, and that is as set out in the bylaw. That is correct.
So for us to move forward with a change on River Road, we would be outside of that policy, right?
That is correct, and henceforth why I made mention that if that is something that council would like to move forward with, then our recommendation would be that we would bring back the bylaw and an amendment to the highway management bylaw to accurately reflect that. Yes.
Okay. So and I think that was in our first term, Councillor Vandermeer, we went through this in some detail, that we transferred this to an administrative role as opposed to a council role, and I'm still okay with that. You know, I'm glad that it's been brought forward by residents through councillors. I think that's fine, but I'm still okay with leaving this in an administrative role to determine if a speed zone change is required here or not.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Okay, so I went for a drive out that way yesterday, and so I have 3 comments and 1 question. So I noticed in our agenda package that the Riverview Campground, the owners, that they had not gotten back to administration from your letter of April 23rd, Kate. And so that was kind of concerning to me because they were the ones that requested it and they seemed like the type of people that would have got back. So I was curious. So I went to visit them and she was really puzzled. She said she didn't remember seeing that email. So I was with her and she did an email search on her phone and her computer. And she did not get that email on April 23rd. And so she felt really bad about that. So that's why they did not get back to you. I also wanted to check with other neighbors, people along that road and their thoughts, so it didn't just come from one person. So I stopped at 2 other residents' places. So I actually spoke to five people, and they all said that, yes, the CPOs could make a lot of money off that road. And the one person said, too bad I didn't have lights on the top of my vehicle because I could have stopped many people that day. So they all said that there's a lot of speeding on that road, the ones I spoke to anyways. I want to point out that the traffic count is high. It was, I think, one of our busier roads in our county and comparable to Spate Road, which is getting paved this year. So I wanted to point that out. And I also wanted to point out the number of residences right in that area. I guess they're not really residences, but Riverview Campground itself has 130 sites. And so a lot of people live there year round. And there's kids there and there's dogs there. And right across the road, up the hill, there's 5 additional sites. And with it being about a quarter, maybe half a mile tops, there's 6 additional sites. So within about a half a mile stretch of that road, you could say that there's 141 different sort of residential areas. It is busy. I was, I was outside when I was visiting these residents along the road, and it was vehicle after vehicle after vehicle. So it is busy. So I wanted to make those comments to council. But I do have a question, and I guess this is up to the authority of the CIO, whether a speed sign can go there or not. Is it possible to just put speed signs on a portion of the road, or do they have to go through the entire length of the road? Because that is the heaviest populated area. And I also want to say that there's the fish pond there too, the kids' fish pond. So that brings in a lot of traffic itself. So I'll pass the question on to Mr. Emmons to see if a portion of the road can have a speed sign.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Lang. Yes, any portion can be, even in the middle of the section. So it doesn't even have to be at one end. It can be a designated, it just requires additional signing, reducing the speed, bringing it back up to previous. So that absolutely can be accommodated.
Supplemental. I was going through some of these bylaws and was noticing some of the subdivisions and hamlets, and a lot of them have 50 and even 30. Condor's one that jumped out at me, and I think the population of this little area is about the same as Condor, and Condor was, what was it? It was I think 50 that I read. I can't find it right here. Oh no, it's 30. 30 going through the hamlet of Condor. And a couple years ago, Farrier Acres, they came forward with requests to have a speed sign put through on their main drag, and that was granted. So anyways, I just want to make those requests. It is high populated, high traffic.
Councillor Lougheed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't actually, but I can always make a comment. I guess my concern here is it a problem with enforcement? Are people exceeding that known 80-kilometer-an-hour rate of speed, or is it something we want to see that's a lower rate of speed through that particular section?
I can comment on that. I spoke with our Director of Emergency and Legislative Services and touched base with our enforcement division. And that particular road is on their path in regards to enforcement, and they have informed me that they don't typically see speeding happening on that road, and it's on only very rare occasions that they've given a speeding ticket on that road. And if I remember correctly, I think it was one in the last 8 years. So according to enforcement, our CPOs, it is a road that they typically do not see speeding on.
Along the same lines, Kurt, do we know how many accidents have taken place on River Road over the last 5 years? Is it an unsafe road?
Not from our knowledge, and again, from what the enforcement has shared with us, I couldn't tell you exactly if there has been any accidents or how many there is in the last 5 years. But again, it's not a road they are typically concerned with in regards to that side of it, particularly in the speeding. But I can definitely find that information out for you if there have been accidents and how many.
Thank you. And then on the first map, it marks out that there is a stop sign right against Highway 11. And then some of the emails say there is not a stop sign there. Has that stop sign been removed, or is there currently a stop sign at that location?
From best of our knowledge, and we had one of our personnel drive that road here just recently, and those signs are there.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just a question on signage. Could there, I believe what Councillor Lang is referring to as far as safety is her primary reason and her residents' primary reason for the slowdown for the speed. Is there, and I'm looking at the signage road as well, and I'm looking, maybe there should be a caution children, walking or something like that too, which would encourage people to maybe accelerate slower versus putting a posted speed limit. More of a visual that way. So I don't know if that's within our bylaw to do, or if that would solve the problem as far as, and just another suggestion, I guess.
You have the policy, the signage policy, whereby requests can be put forward again for children playing sign, and that comes before council, and at that point, council would have to determine whether that cost of that sign would be on the ratepayers or on Clearwater County. But that particular policy does indicate that would be something that would need to be brought before council for that particular sign.
Councillor Lang.
A couple things came to my mind. I believe there was request for Nordic too, in a couple of those roads for caution children playing or to slow down. So this is not an uncommon request. And I wanted to ask, what does it cost to put a speed sign? Like, what's the cost per sign?
The cost that the county pays per sign is approximately $65, and then the employee to go put it up. So, and then we have the post, and so approximately $120 we've estimated.
So I think for safety reasons, that's not an unreasonable cost, and it is certainly highly populated there. There's something else. Oh, you're talking about the stop sign. There is a sign there right close to number 11 highway where it looks like the sign is missing. The post is there, but the sign is gone. And it might be the left curve sign. I'm not sure, but I took a drive looking for signs.
Oh, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. And just for clarity, Public Works will definitely drive that road and ensure that all the signage is up. But I think it's important that when it comes to the stop signs, because of the location, they fall under the jurisdiction of the province, not ours. Their right-of-way takes precedence over ours. So the stop ahead, it gets confusing. The stop ahead would be Clearwater County's, but the stop signs fall within provincial right-of-way, and it's theirs to maintain.
Councillor Laird.
Well, certainly, we're always concerned about the safety of the people who live and recreate and come to visit us here in Clearwater County. Am I clear in understanding to date, we actually have not really received an official request?
Received the official request last night via email from the Riverview Campground.
Oh, okay.
So that, again, sorry, my apologies, Councillor, the request, and I'll just reiterate, their request stated the following. We would like to request a speed limit sign on Range Road 7-3A or North Saskatchewan River Road along both sides of our property that advises motorized travelers to travel at a slower speed.
A supplement?
Yes.
Through the chair. Given that we already have policy on this, we've got staff that is certainly far more educated on this than I am, that's for sure. I would recommend that we simply leave it with the staff to review the situation, go out and look at it, and as I understand it, it will be a decision made by our CAO and his staff. I think that we've heard that there's an issue and staff are going to work on it. They just received literally last night a formal request. So I'd like to make the motion that council accepts the agenda item as information.
Discussion on the motion. I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. It is 11:58. We will break for lunch. We will be back here at 12:35. Thank you. 12:45, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are on item 6.2, consideration of first, second, and third reading of Bylaw 1096/20, Central Alberta Regional Assessment Review Board.
I'm here today to present the revised 1096/20 Central Alberta Regional Assessment Review Board bylaw. This bylaw will replace Bylaw 1043/18, which is a prior version that the county passed a couple of years ago. The reason I'm here today is the province on December 5th, 2019 passed Bill 25, which changed some of the wording in regards to the function and procedures for review boards throughout the province to conduct appeals of assessments. So in order to be in compliance with the current legislation and be in sync with our service provider, the City of Red Deer, this bylaw has been put forward, which basically makes it compliant with current legislation. It clarifies some of the board member appointment process, clarifies establishment and responsibilities of the regional board in conducting appeal hearings, should we require any going forward in 2020 and going forward, and just clarifies the role of the regional advisory group. So I have brought the attachments that I have brought with me today include a detailed PowerPoint presentation which specifies all the details of why the changes are occurring, the specifics in the language changes, that type of thing. So we can go through that if you wish, or if you've done some pre-reading and looked over the amendments there. It's basically a cleanup of the previous, of the current legislation, just to match, so we're in compliance with current legislation and we're in sync with our service provider, the City of Red Deer. So if you would like me to proceed with the PowerPoint, I can, or if there's any questions in regards to this legislation.
So would council like the full explanation of the bylaw, just the summary, or do we just want to go to questions about any concerns we have with the bylaw? Okay, go through it then.
Okay. So our first slide, MGA allows all municipalities in Alberta to establish an assessment review board. They also allow for municipalities to conduct appeal hearings through a joint assessment review board. In our case, we are using the City of Red Deer as the regional Central Alberta board for administering appeal hearings, also known as the RARB. The reason that we are requiring these changes is due to Bill 25 passed on in December 2019 from the recommendations from Municipal Affairs. The map shows all the municipalities that the City of Red Deer currently administers. So we're one, I believe, of about 30 or so municipalities that use the services through City of Red Deer to administer our appeal hearings. So the MGA allows municipalities to establish these joint boards. However, the language describes the assessment review board that's established and operated by a single municipality. The MGA does not take into consideration how complicated, time-consuming, and inefficient it would be for all 32 separate municipalities to complete the same tasks. It would likely take months to complete these kinds of actions. So as a partner municipality, we are required to pass a RAR bylaw that is substantially similar to the service provider municipalities bylaw. Therefore, any changes to the bylaw require all partner municipalities to pass a new bylaw. And then the bylaw before you incorporates recommendations from the map review that occurred in 3 of the partner municipalities. While the municipal affair recommendations appear to be straightforward, they are actually complex. Municipal Affairs provides great support and consultation throughout drafting the bylaw process. And there are many subtle wording changes to the bylaw, and these have been carefully chosen by administration and the legal counsel to be in alignment with the MGA, while also ensuring that the board can continue to operate efficiently. So a summary of these changes including improved language to ensure the board is established in compliance with the current legislation, clarified language related to the establishment and responsibilities of the Regional Board Review Committee, improved language related to the Regional Advisory Group and the board members' terms of appointment, improved language to establish the designated officer of the RARB and designate the Legislative Service Manager as the clerk of the RARB, remove redundant information, and general housekeeping. There are no direct operational impacts or financial impacts related to this bylaw. The following slides review pre-existing sections of the bylaw that explain the basic operating information. The primary purpose of the RAR bylaw is to establish a joint assessment review board for Clearwater, ensuring compliance with Section 454 of the MGA. And this is accomplished in Section 4 of the bylaw. Further, the bylaw allows for the appointment of up to 20 board members. Currently, the RARB has 9 trained board members from various municipalities and that are trained to sit on assessment review board hearing panels. By enabling the appointment up to 20 members, the RARB puts itself in a position to respond to fluctuations in volume. And the RARB administration undertakes extensive board member recruitment campaigns each year, which involves social media and some advertising. So RARB operations are based on the priorities identified by the partner municipalities. The benefits of membership, we get an experienced clerk trained in the current legislation. We have board members that are diverse and experienced and able to handle valuation questions of various types of property. And we need these types of people in order for them to understand the hearings going forward and the valuation issues that are presented by both sides. And the RARB is well known for being a full service provider. So they provide boards to the municipalities, but a clerk as well. And this role is essential to make sure that the process is compliant with all legislation. Being a partner or being a member of this partnership with the partner municipalities has many benefits and ensures that we safeguard capacity so that we appoint qualified members. We have clerks that can handle the process, and the annual membership fee covers the cost of training and legal fees that pertains to these policies. So due to the number of changes to the bylaw, it is best for all these partner municipalities to pass a new bylaw rather than amend the old one. The new bylaw will repeal the previous board bylaw, as I mentioned previously. So we have the actual bylaw after this. Are there any questions? I think that concludes my presentation to you here today.
Thank you. So any questions or concerns from council? Yes, Councillor Duncan.
About how many do we send that are away from Clearwater in a year, do you know? Is there many? How many
appeals?
Appeals.
Last year we had, I believe, 3 appeals filed. I was able to reconcile 2, and 1 went to an actual hearing in which we won our appeal against the ratepayer.
And none of our staff are part of the administrative team, are they?
No, because the legislation and the procedures from once an appeal is received and filed to the time of the actual hearing, it's quite complex, and the City of Red Deer has the expertise, and the clerk of the City of Red Deer, Rarb, she's the one that handles all the correspondence, handles all the scheduling of the board members. They handle the process from start to finish, basically. And because of their expertise, and then we're guaranteed consistency and in compliance with all the current legislation and following procedures.
Thank you.
Any further questions? The staff recommendation is that we provide first, second, permission for third reading, and then third reading. So if there are no further questions, can I have a mover? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I will move for first reading.
Any discussion on first reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. A mover for second reading. Councillor Vandermeer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Permission to proceed to third reading. Councillor Lougheed. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. And a mover for third reading. Councillor Duncan. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6.3, support for private members bill C-221, the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act.
Thank you, Reeve. This item has been brought before council previously, and council directed administration to obtain some additional information regarding this private members bill. The intent of this private members bill is to encourage corporations to issue flow-through shares, which would be an incentive for private investors to invest in the companies that have outstanding wells that need to be reclaimed, and provide a source of capital to do that, and credits flowing through income tax federally would flow back through to those investors. So based on council's request, administration reached out to RMA as well as the Petroleum Association, and they've expressed some concern with the private members bill as identified in the attachments to the agenda item, and these are provided to council for additional information.
So any questions? Council for administration. Councillor Duncan.
So if for some reason that they're not paying taxes on an oil well, but then they actually reclaim it and they would be able to get their certificate of reclamation without having to pay those taxes, I would assume, that because it's not based, that's nothing outstanding that can be held against them. So
yeah. So
it disappears off their books and disappears off the books of the province or the feds, but does not disappear off our books.
Yeah, and that's an appropriate observation, Councillor Duncan, and I believe that is one of the key concerns that the RMA has raised as well, is that the current legislation doesn't tie the payment of property taxes to those reclamation certificates.
No other questions on it? We have to choose if we want to support the letter or support the private member bills. Yes or no? We have concerns from RMA, and I believe we also have concerns from CAP in regards to the bill. And personally for me, in light of those two positions, I'm not in favor of supporting this. What do the rest of council feel? Councillor Vandermeer?
Yeah, it's not the correct procedure here to make a motion to support, but vote that down. Isn't that the way we would have to do this?
Great, thank you.
And I would certainly vote this down, but I'm prepared to make the motion to support this private member's bill.
Okay, so Councillor Vandermeer moves. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor of the motion to support the private member's bill? Opposed? Motion is defeated 0-7. Item 6.4, property tax reduction request.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm on a roll, so I'll continue on. It's no surprise, I don't think, to council that requests have come in from the oil and gas sector. Previous requests were shared with council prior to council passing the 2020 tax rate bylaw. Since the passing of that bylaw, we've received the 2 requests that are attached to this agenda item, one from Insignia, one from Baytex, and most recently we've received another request from Peyto Energy that has been shared via email with council as well. And what we're hearing administratively is a cry out from the oil and gas industry, most attributable to the significant drop in oil prices, as well as the continued low levels of natural gas prices. The common message that we're reading in these letters is that these companies are more than willing to work with us. They see themselves as active members of the community, but they're struggling financially. And they're reaching out to all the municipalities that they do work in and looking for some sort of relief to help them financially until prices stabilize, economy improves, and they can get back on track. So administration is sharing this information with council for consideration and discussion. We don't have any specific recommendations for particular items of relief, but if council wanted administration to, we could develop some options and some recommendations and bring those back.
Questions or comments from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Well, I can well appreciate what's happening, yes, in our oil and gas sector, and I'm, as mentioned before, we do have an assessment, a review report coming from the government very shortly. And my concern is, should we entertain a tax reduction? And then the government comes out at the end of the month with their report and it further devalues the industry. We actually lose more tax than previously, than we previously agreed to, if that's what it is. So I would support Marie's suggestion to bring back some alternatives on what we can do, and that again is, I know you've probably been encouraging the monthly payment plan, and and that going forth. So I think there's a bit of time here to allow a few more things to work out, and as mentioned, recovery is slow launch with the province, and maybe we'll see some recovery in the oil and gas, and we may see, with summer coming on, we may see a plunge again. So I'd like to make pause on this and have you bring back some alternatives, please.
Murray?
Yeah, I wanted to also just identify a couple of the benefits that council has extended to this sector in terms of the provincial deferral of the education portion of the property taxes. Clearwater County has recognized that requirement and built that into our penalty dates. So we have passed that benefit on to the sector, and as well, council's decision to defer the first penalty date until November as well will have some benefit for these companies too.
Councillor Duncan.
The timing of this is a bit awkward for us too, because we have already set our tax rate for this year, in which it kind of puts us in the position of considering these as individual applications for a reduction, which, you know, to date, we've not ever entertained an individual request for tax relief. So it is difficult. I would support that, you know, because I do believe you're right, the province will be changing the assessments on these, and that will affect our future tax rates. I think anything we do, I think we have to be looking at for the 2021 tax season. Right now, it's difficult for us to do this, because it would also, you know, realistically, we would have to consider a reduction for residential taxes and for all the categories of non-residential as well. So the request would come for linear too. So.
Councillor Lang.
Just a question for Murray. Do these companies know that they can do the monthly installment payments?
They do, and we will be repeating that offer to them and making sure that they're aware. But typically when they call in, we always identify that as an option for them, but it doesn't hurt to say it more than once. Now, given that, for some of them that are severely cash strapped right now, it's really not a viable option. Because really with the deferred date, the benefit of deferring the due date to December is somewhat lost on that. So it's not as much of a benefit as it's been in previous years, and they'd have to come up with the cash today. So it is presented as an option to them. Some choose to take it, some not. One oil and gas company that did go on it has recently taken themselves off of it, and we'll see if they go back on in the future.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, well, and building off what Mr. Hagan has indicated, this council in the last year and this year has done a 0% tax increase. We've held the line while we actually dipped into this tax stabilization fund. So there is more than just a few items that we've done as a council to help not only our residents, but the local industry as well. I mean, I recognize that, you know, we're all hurting. And I think as council, you know, we were proactive in our approach, not only this year, but the previous year, in zeroing the taxes.
Another comment, Murray?
No, I'm good.
So how do we proceed, council? Stay the course and look at changes for 2021? Do we want information from administration? What's the direction? Councillor Vandermeer.
I just comment, I don't believe there's additional information that administration could provide that would be definitive at this time. I think we have to wait for some of the moves by the province. It's going to take some time, so I agree that I think we have to wait till 2021 to address this further. So I would make a motion to that effect that Council has considered these requests and must advise that it's something that cannot be handled in 2020, and we will reconsider it in 2021.
Further discussion on the motion. So Tracy, you have that motion? Okay. Does anyone need it repeated? Could we have that repeated, Tracy?
That council considers a reduction of property taxes for non-residential properties owned or operated by oil and gas companies in the 2021 budget.
That covers your intention, John? Or Councillor Vandermeer?
I didn't mention the budget, but I suppose by inference is at that time. Could we not just leave it as in 2021? Because I'm concerned that we will do some budgeting starting in September, and we may not have some of the information we need to resolve this further, so it could actually stretch into the actual calendar year 2021.
Councillor Lang.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Duncan.
I think we need to address the questions for this tax year here in the motion. The request has come for the 2020 taxes here, so you were being a little bit vague when we say 2021. I think we have to.
I did say that we cannot consider it in 2020, but we will reconsider it in 2021. I was specific in the wording.
That's not what was read. Oh, I mean,
Well, you could defeat the motion to consider, and then another motion to consider it 2021.
Yeah, that is a good and a positive way of going about it. So I would not make another motion. I think we should just, I'll change it. I'll make the motion to consider property tax reductions for non-residential properties owned or operated by oil and gas companies. I'll make that motion in the affirmative and see what happens.
Okay, so can we get that motion read back so we're crystal clear on what we're voting on?
So that council considers a reduction for property tax reductions for non-residential properties owned or operated by oil and gas companies.
Okay.
Friendly amendment in regards to, we put in the year there for 2020? Because we.
2020, yes, that's a friendly amendment, I say.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. Councillor Duncan? We'll ask the question for the motion. All in favor? One in favor. Opposed? 6 opposed. Motion is defeated. Now, do we wish to have that extra motion for 2021, or we will just let it go on and we'll deal with it in the fall? Okay. So we are moving on to item 6.5, Broadband Public Engagement Plan.
Good afternoon, Council. The agenda for you pertains to a recent request from Council to bring a draft public engagement plan for Council's review. There was a brief historical background included in the agenda item with a link to the previous public engagement plan that was approved by Council in 2018. The draft attachment is very much in the early stages, and administration is continually adding to it. At this point, administration is just looking for feedback from Council if we are on the right track and if you would like to add any additional components to it.
So any comments, changes, additions to the communication plan? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Very good. I like the way you've broken out the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and understanding that phase 3 is definitely COVID related, and it will have its own impacts on, as far as next steps. So overall, I believe it delivers what we're trying to achieve as far as our public. And I like the fact that we have an opportunity for like the online comment and feedback, and as far as that, I'm appreciative of that, and that we have our own page on the website dedicated to this project. So I'm fine with what you've presented.
Councillor Laird.
Thank you for your work on this. I see our engagement process being hand in glove with our business plan. And I suspect that as we roll out the next phases of this, we're going to need to have that business plan more nailed down so that we've got something that we can actually present to the community. One of the things I did notice when I was going through here on page 4 or 123 of 127 is when we start talking about different areas of inform, consult, or involve. When we talk about the bordering municipalities around Clearwater County, I think we need to do more than inform. I think we need to be consulting with them because there may be opportunities to partner with them as we build out and they build out. I think that will become important. First Nations, I noticed that we have it as a low impact. I see that as at the very least a medium impact. And if we do have that opportunity to partner with them on a project, it will certainly, and I noticed you've already got it as high impact. I believe it'll be much more than just a low impact. Kind of just up above that, it says individual connections to the home and contracted versus in-house. I'm looking at what we potentially could be having for ISP partnerships. I think that that'll be key as we move forward. And then also where it says ensuring CRTC standards are met, I think we need to also say or exceeded. Because that's the goal, is it not, to achieve a better product. Those are just some of the first things that I did kind of note. And then on the last page, when we talk about describing the overall time frame and milestones, it'd be nice to have some sort of visual. People are very visual. Some sort of visual cue of what it looks like through the phases. And then perhaps we also need a letter of introduction of and commencement of the pilot project. I'd like to know how that fits in with our overall vision as well. So I think there's some room to flesh this out a little bit, but I think we've got a great start.
Other comments? Councillor Vandermeer.
I'd just like to reinforce a comment that Councillor Laird made about our Indigenous neighbours. There are a couple of projects, and I think I mentioned it at our last meeting, that CAPE, the Central Alberta Economic Partnership, is pressing on and continuing to press on. One is rural broadband. And the other one is a transportation and logistics work group that has been formed by CAPE. And for broadband, for both those projects, we recognize very well in Central Alberta that working with our Indigenous neighbours is very positive, and it's good for them and it's good for the area. And we have a number of neighbours in that category here in Clearwater County. So I think it will certainly can help them a lot, and it will help us by working with them. And going as far away as the Montana First Nation north of Ponoka here in Central Alberta, there's many communities who are focusing on extending out rural broadband. And hopefully we can work together as municipalities to build some real strength and momentum on this file.
I don't believe we need a motion out of this. Were there any further questions of council from you?
I just wanted to comment back to council that as more details are provided on the project, we will add more illustrations and maps and graphics to this document, so it'll be evolving as the project progresses. But no further questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. We will be moving on then to item 7.1, the CA. Mr. Emmons.
I may Reeve Hoven. The staff recommendation before council is that council reviews, amends as appropriate, and approves the draft broadband.
Okay. People want more information and see a more final version of the draft plan before we approve it. Deputy Responsive.
I will make that motion as staff recommendation.
Okay. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.1, the CAO report.
Thank you, Reeve Hoven. So the June 9th CAO report, the Clearwater County COVID update. Clearwater County's enhanced safety measures for Clearwater County's facilities allowed the county to reopen on May 25th. The county's leadership team continues to evaluate provincial updates and confirm if any restrictions can be lifted. Recent update as early as this morning is that will be reevaluated June 12th, a week earlier than previously predicted. Rocky Mountain Regional Waste Authority reuse center transfer and landfill offices remain closed to the public. Regular council meetings continue as scheduled. Staff and public are encouraged to watch meetings via live stream. As council has probably noticed some of the modifications in your own chambers today with the addition of the plexiglass, the protective screening. Non-essential work-related travel outside Clearwater County is still being restricted. All county business that can be conducted by phone, email, or online is still being encouraged. The elected officials education program is offering the council's role in public engagement course online at a reduced rate of $200 per participant. 4 video chat sessions are scheduled as shown here. Thursday, June 25th, Thursday, July 2nd, the 9th, and concluding on July 16th. Administration recently learned of a proposed resolution introduced by the Town of Rocky Mountain House for Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, the AUMA, to consider urging the Government of Alberta to develop a fair and equitable regional linear tax revenue sharing funding model that removes disparity and minimizes conflict between urban and rural municipalities. The resolution will be presented at the AUMA's resolution session in the fall, and if supported, will empower AUMA Board of Directors to advocate the provincial government on behalf of urban municipalities. The town of Rocky, along with other municipalities, Whitecourt, Edson, just to name a few, is also following the linear and regionalized model. Administration intends to discuss both items with other rural municipal advisors, as well as policy advisors at RMA, our own Rural Municipalities of Alberta Association, and provide council with a report on these issues at a future meeting. And that letter was attached to the report for your information. Does council have any questions on my report?
Any questions for administration? Councillor Lang.
This question's to the CAO. Is this letter that was given us by the town, is that a public letter? The public
Yes.
have access?
Yes, it is. It was on their public, in their public session, council meeting.
Do our residents, the county residents, have access to this through our website, the county website?
No.
Yeah, it would probably be good if our residents did access this.
The letter is attached to the CAO report,
Okay.
which the CAO report is posted to the county's website.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer. Councillor Laird.
Thank you. Having read the letter more than a few times, it appears to be full of assumptions and opinions at this point. I took the liberty of looking up in the Municipal Government Act what a specialized municipality is and how it comes to be, because I wanted to better understand it. And it says on Section 83, a specialized municipality may be formed for an area, A, in which the minister is satisfied that the type of municipality referred to in Section 71, which indicates a town, a county, a village, etc., or a city, does not meet the needs of the residents of the proposed municipality. Well, currently it is my understanding that we do meet the needs of our residents. So the real question here for me is, how is the other municipality that is presenting this and others in the province not meeting it? That's my question.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I have to concur with Councillor Liard in her assessment in this as far as a specialized municipality. And I do too read this letter multiple times trying to understand the position that our municipal neighbors have presented not only to municipal affairs, but they've also included in that CC. It is included to the Premier, Minister of Finance, and our own MLA, Minister Nixon. So I'm left with the question as, you know, this is a unilateral action by the town, because as much as I want to say this is not about us, I believe this is about us. This is, with what's been going on, I mean, I agree with Councillor Liard, there's a lot of opinion in this letter, and going forward with what I feel we've been good financial support partners with our neighbors. We've been more than fair, and we've been doing everything we can. So to me, this is not a positive way forward. It would have been nice to be consulted or even CC'd. And I would like to ask that this council or direct administration to contact RMA and have them advocate on behalf of the county municipalities of the province, because this has also been directed to the AUMA, and the letters that are are from AUMA members, not RMA members. So I believe our other RMA members need to be aware of this, and hopefully our RMA will go to represent us and go to the government of Alberta on our behalf and bring us back some information and advocate for us on that level, because that's where it's gone. It's no longer localized. To me, this is now brought up through the province. So.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
I'm just going to add a comment. Deputy Reeve Swanson kind of triggered my memory here. Deputy Reeve Swanson said she believes that we are fair partners, and I just want to say over the years, as I've attended RMA, and especially at the elected officials training, I've had the opportunity to sit with many urbans from throughout the province, and we've often chatted about the services that we share in and our revenue sharing. And I can't count how many times the feedback's come to me that said, can we be your neighbors? So I do believe that we are very good neighbors, and it would be nice to be recognized for that.
Councillor Laird.
Through the chair to our council, and thank you, Deputy Reeve Swanson, for reminding us, and Councillor Lang for reminding us that we are very good neighbors. As I recall in one of our residents' local newsletters, we are contributing annually to one of the hubs, to the town, over $10 million to shared services. I still have yet to understand if we are actually getting the value for our residents of the percentage we pay in. Because I have no way of being able to tell our residents, the people that ask me, to validate that we are actually getting that value. So I'd like to be able to somehow be able to say to them, yes, we are paying 50% of recreation, for example, and we have 50% of the use of that. I do not know that we are. That is one example of many. There is not one single thing, service or otherwise, that we do not participate actively and willingly in our urban hubs. I am concerned that I have no way at all of explaining this letter to our residents and explaining that there is an ask for yet more when we compare ourselves to other rural municipalities who pay far less to each of their urban hubs. I'm alarmed by this.
The only thing I'd like to add to the discussion is that we have, this council, through many different members, have repeatedly communicated to the town of Rocky Mountain House that this council is not interested in amalgamation. We've heard it from our residents. We've heard it from all the 7 members at this table, and we have messaged that repeatedly and consistently to the town of Rocky Mountain House over the past 6 or 7 months. And I believe that is still our position, and that will be our position moving forward. Any other questions for the CAO on the CAO report? Yes.
Perhaps this is a question on others' mind. How does this impact our negotiations?
That is an excellent question. I think that is one that we will have to discuss in our strategic planning meeting on Monday when we have adequate time to discuss that. But thank you for bringing that up, Councillor Laird. Unless you would like to make a comment now on that.
It certainly, in my mind, has bearing on it, and I think it is certainly worth the discussion. I look forward to that discussion at our next strategic planning. I'm hoping we have opportunity to add it.
And that meeting is taking place on Monday. Yes, Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just for clarity, Mr. Emmons, do you need a motion from this council to contact RMA to get that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillor reports. Oh, sorry, Public Works. How could I forget about Public Works? Any questions for Public Works on the report or any other questions? Councillor Duncan.
Bulk water station in Nordic, is that going to be accessible to like public oil companies, et cetera?
Yes. It'll be accessible to all.
With some sort of a self-pay or meter station or something?
Correct. Yeah, it'll be set up in such a way that I believe we either establish an account or such, but it'll be pay on site. And I do know that our gals up front are quite excited about that now in regards to keeping accurate accounting in regards to the use of potable water. So yes, it will have a pay system on site.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions for Public Works, we will move on to councillor reports. Councillor Duncan.
Just one report to make for the Bighorn Backcountry. We did meet electronically last week. Nothing much new to report other than the province has done Alberta Environment Parks has done a lot of reorganization within their structure, within their staffing. They have, even the local people, though they're still the same, now have some different titles and different responsibilities that go with their names. So it'll take a while to learn those and understand how they function and who to talk to, whether you're going for approvals or information or something like that. They have been making plans for doing work out in the West Country, but all are contingent upon money being available in budget. And to date, they didn't seem to indicate that they knew how much or any monies would be available for West Country upgrades. Some of the things they did talk about were ones we've talked about in the past, the bathrooms, et cetera, at Preacher's Point or along where Allstones is, and also work on the rail trail, which we have been a partner in as well. Hopefully that, if funding is available, that would push that through to Saunders-Alexo this fall.
Councillor Duncan, last year there was some talk about the licensing fee for off-road vehicles and perhaps even a random camping fee to raise money to do some of these projects out west. Has there been any movement from Environment and Parks for that?
So staff within Environment and Parks and their policy and planning branch have been working on that, developing some ideas. They've made some initial, I would say, overtures or reaches out to some of the groups in the province, like Clearwater Trails Initiative and probably in other parts of the province as well. But they have not been given the go-ahead from the minister to actually begin full-scale consultations and development of that kind of legislation or implementing it. So they're keeping the door open, but they've got no direction from the minister yet to move forward on that. The same with the Trails Act. The Trails Act would be the one that would allow for some protection of trails and management of trails in the green area itself as opposed to the public land use zones farther out west. So same issue there. They're making some concepts to go with that, but no direction yet from the minister to move forward on any of those in a significant way at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I attended a virtual meeting with the West Central stakeholders. We'll be going offline, I would say, for the summer. A lot of feedback from how the oil industry is pretty much stalled out at the moment, and what type of work is being done in our area. We have one well being drilled in 2020. So we have that to be looking forward to. Much work around some of the pipeline builds. So happy to see that progressing. Beyond that, the other thing that the oil companies were very interested in finding out was what construction on roads we could provide so that they can route alternate routes around whatever we're doing. So if we could make sure that they get that information, I think they'd really benefit from it. All in all, I'd say that industry sector is bearing as well as they possibly can. And they're actually in better spirits than I would imagine. So I was happy to hear that. There is going to be some changes around how it's being administered. We're still looking at some changes with West Central Stakeholder itself. The administrator has changed a little bit of role. So we'll see how that moves forward in the fall. So not much other than that and updates. So that's the Coles Notes version of that.
Lahin, anything to report?
I think probably just a brief summary. The Ag Service Board met via teleconference on June the 5th. There was a discussion around deferring enforcement of the Weed Act. And so they are going to defer that enforcement this year. Still relying on voluntary compliance within that, and still offering spraying services to the community. Also, they'll be they'll be coming back to council for some reallocation of budget around equipment being moved from a capital purchase into a operational purchase or an operational thing because of the leasing aspect of the tractors they use for mowing, and so they'll be coming back to council with that. And then there was also a discussion around the jobs we've tasked them with for the scholarship for the homeschooling people, and I think that was favorably received there, so I think that's about, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. I have nothing to report.
Last week I had a rec board meeting via Zoom, and we're taking a break again till September, but very high level as far as projects started. So the spray park will start construction here right away, and they installed a sign right at with the wood logs and stuff to as the entry into that spray park area. That I see that's got installed already. In regards to the other correspondence that was mentioned or brought to the rec board was our own Clearwater County letter in regards to the what we're doing for our recreation nodes. I'll just say, or for our quarters. So that got that letter got brought up during the meeting, and the question was asked if, for example, the area where Ferrier is included, Ferrier Hall, would the county take away those particular funds away from the rec board agreement? Because, and I said, well, not really, because everything is already, you know, we've quartered it off, but according to my understanding, we will be re-looking at the rec agreement at some point, and that at this point in time, said this rec board has not awarded any monies to Ferrier anyway, so as far as the county taking anything away from the existing agreement, it was not going to happen. So in lieu of, you know, should there be another ask, for example, from Ferrier to that. So I said, that's, as long as Ferriers are included in the existing rec board agreement, they have full carte blanche to come to that board and ask, as far as I'm concerned, and go from there. And it is up to the discretion of the current rec board to, you know, depending on the ask, for example. So other than that, they are considering the ARPA conference in the fall. Again, around COVID, they're thinking of not attending. We will re-examine that at beginning of September when we reconvene after the summer to see if it's been into their launch phase 3 or 4 by then. So, and other than that, it was short and sweet. Thank you.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Nothing to report.
Councillor Lang? I believe we have everything done on the agenda. Is there anything else, administration, that we've missed? Okay.
I'll make the motion to accept all the reports as presented.
Thank you. There was one thing we missed. All in favor? Motion carries. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carried. Thank you.